Florida. Now there are very few left, and but it was a fast-growing religion around the turn of the century, and they invented an instrument called the rectilineator, and they went up and down the Florida coast taking measurements, and their measurements proved the Earth was curved that way, as if we were on the inside of it, the concave way. And at exactly that time, the Zetetic Society in England, which were the people who believed the Earth was flat, they were taking experiments at the longest canal in England. They were taking measurements according to them and according to the Orthodox, too. The curvature of the Earth should be measurable at that canal, because the canal is long enough that if you take a picture of something at the other end of the canal, it should be lower, because if the Earth is convex. No, I should have said convex before. Now I'm saying concave. And anyway, they took measurements, and the Earth seemed to be flat. And this led to a great deal of dispute, and finally there was a bet made about it, and Alfred Wallace, the chap who invented the theory of natural selection at the same time as Darwin.
A great spiritualist.
Yes, curiously enough. He was appointed the judge. And so the Zeteticists took their measurements, and the Orthodox Spherians took their measurements, and for the Zetetics it came out flat again, and for the Spherians it came out curved, like a sphere.
It's the way most science seems to work.
Well, it certainly is curious that you got it in the same years, 1900 to 1910, you got these three sets of measurements, flat, curved this way, and curved this way. It seems instruments do tend to read what the people who are operating them want them to read, if the people have enough faith and hope. This bet led to legal suits, because Wallace ruled that the spherical ones were more accurate, and the others sued Wallace for being prejudiced and not giving an accurate verdict. And the thing went through the courts in England for quite a while. So I guess at this point, the shape of the Earth is still rather unsure until we get better instruments.
So the religion of Koreshanity was promulgated upon the scientific discovery that the Earth is shaped this way.
Yeah, that we're on the inside of it. Yeah, and it was also based on the idea that racism had to be abolished by whites and blacks intermarrying, and then we could build a solid front against the Orientals, about whom Tweed was quite paranoid. He didn't think that hating Orientals was racism. He thought that was just common sense. Like everybody else, he had his own idea of what was common sense and what was fanaticism.
Wasn't he also a cousin of the founder of the Mormon Church?
As a matter of fact, he was, I don't know if he was a cousin, he was related to Joseph Smith, yes. I wonder if Joseph Smith had an alchemical, electrical laboratory, too, to get where he got his visions. I'd like to know what was going on with some of these 19th century people. The fellow who wrote received Owaspy, which is
huge biblical type tome.
It's the only one that begins by saying this is the latest revelation, but not the final revelation. All the others claim to be the final revelation. We know how he got that. He was a dentist, and he got all those voices while he was sniffing nitrous oxide. I wonder about Moses and the burning bush.
And if he wasn't also sniffing something.
Well, there was a burning bush. Now, I know one burning bush that's likely to induce the kind of experiences Moses reported. We'll have enough faith and hope. This bet led to legal suits, because Wallace ruled that the spherical ones were more accurate, and the others sued Wallace for being prejudiced and not giving an accurate verdict. And the thing went through the courts in England for quite a while. So I guess at this point, the shape of the Earth is still rather unsure until we get better instruments.
So the religion of Koreshanity was promulgated upon the scientific discovery that the Earth is shaped this way.
Yeah, that we're on the inside of it. Yeah, and it was also based on the idea that racism had to be abolished by whites and blacks intermarrying, and then we could build a solid front against the Orientals, about whom Tweed was quite paranoid. He didn't think that hating Orientals was racism. He thought that was just common sense. Like everybody else, he had his own idea of what was common sense and what was fanaticism.
Wasn't he also a cousin of the founder of the Mormon Church?
As a matter of fact, he was, I don't know if he was a cousin, he was related to Joseph Smith, yes. I wonder if Joseph Smith had an alchemical, electrical laboratory, too, to get where he got his visions. I'd like to know what was going on with some of these 19th century people. The fellow who wrote received Owaspy, which is
huge biblical type tome.
It's the only one that begins by saying this is the latest revelation, but not the final revelation. All the others claim to be the final revelation. We know how he got that. He was a dentist, and he got all those voices while he was sniffing nitrous oxide. I wonder about Moses and the burning bush.
And if he wasn't also sniffing something.
Well, there was a burning bush. Now, I know one burning bush that's likely to induce the kind of the kind of experiences Moses reported. So, I think this is an area of the history of religion that's worthy of more investigation, such as Terence McKenna gives it in The Food of the Gods, or Gordon Wasson in The Road to Eleusis, and John Allegro in The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. These are all people who argue that religion was, from the very beginning, based on drug trips.
Well, the ancient Vedic scriptures of India seem to be quite specific about the preparation of a mysterious compound called soma.
Yeah, which sounds a lot like one of those mushrooms that are involved in a lot of other religions. It's, I lived in Ireland, as I think I mentioned. It's very strange to come back to this country and see these ads on television, the Committee for a Brain-Free America, or whatever they're. The ones, this is your brain, and they have an egg, and then they put it in a frying pan. This is your brain on drugs. And then they put bacon next to it. This is your brain on drugs with 2 slices of bacon. This is your brain on drugs with 2 slices of bacon and an English muffin, or whatever. You know the routine. It's really strange because they're trying to persuade us that drugs are bad for us, but at the same time, not only are all religions seemingly based on drugs originally, but we got 8 people currently with cases under appeal who've been sentenced to jail for not using drugs.
Really?
Yeah. In different states, we got 8 Christian Scientists on trial for not using drugs. And they're appealing the cases. One of these cases, or 2 of them, will eventually arrive at the Supreme Court, and we'll get a ruling whether you got a right to refuse drugs. I think the way the government is going these days, the ruling will be you got a right to refuse drugs that the government doesn't like, but you don't have a right to refuse drugs the government does like, and you have a right from the very beginning based on drug trips.
Well, the ancient Vedic scriptures of India seem to be quite specific about the preparation of a mysterious compound called soma.
Yeah, which sounds a lot like one of those mushrooms that are involved in a lot of other religions. It's, I lived in Ireland, as I think I mentioned. It's very strange to come back to this country and see these ads on television, the Committee for a Brain-Free America, or whatever they're. The ones, this is your brain, and they have an egg, and then they put it in a frying pan. This is your brain on drugs. And then they put bacon next to it. This is your brain on drugs with 2 slices of bacon. This is your brain on drugs with 2 slices of bacon and an English muffin, or whatever. You know the routine. It's really strange because they're trying to persuade us that drugs are bad for us, but at the same time, not only are all religions seemingly based on drugs originally, but we got 8 people currently with cases under appeal who've been sentenced to jail for not using drugs.
Really?
Yeah. In different states, we got 8 Christian Scientists on trial for not using drugs. And they're appealing the cases. One of these cases, or 2 of them, will eventually arrive at the Supreme Court, and we'll get a ruling whether you got a right to refuse drugs. I think the way the government is going these days, the ruling will be you got a right to refuse drugs that the government doesn't like, but you don't have a right to refuse drugs the government does like, and you have a right to use drugs the government likes, but you don't have a right to use drugs the government doesn't like. Like they took that right away from the Indians recently in the Peyote decision. So it'll come down to everything not compulsory is forbidden, and everything not forbidden is compulsory. And I think that's what most Americans want. No choice is, I think, the platform of 20th century America. Anti-choice. Nobody should have a choice about anything.
Well, it seems to be just the opposite of the anarchy platform.
Yes, it is. In fact, I live in a little rustic retreat known as Santa Cruz, where they recently passed a law that you can't discriminate in hiring on the basis of personal appearance or sexual orientation. Now, how the hell can they tell whether when you have two candidates and you hire one of them? How do they know why you rejected the other one? It seems the idea is they want, even if they can't enforce it, they want people to feel that they have no choice about anything anymore. Everything is controlled by the government. Because two people come in, and if I had a business, which if I had a business, I wouldn't have it in Santa Cruz, believe me. But if I had a business and I had an opening, two people come in, I would hire the uglier looking one on the grounds that the good looking one would have less chance of suing me for discrimination. And then I try to figure out which one looked like they had the weirdest sexual habits as far as I could guess that, and pick that one.
Make sure you don't discriminate against them.
Yeah, so they, they'd have less chance of suing me. Well, the ideal, if the ideal employee would be a hunchback child molester, I think, or maybe somebody with that elephant man condition who's also a also a sweetophiliac.
A sweetophiliac?
Yeah, that's somebody who likes to make it with pigs, hogs, and other distinguished kinds of swine. Not politicians. I mean the four-legged kinds of swine. No choice. Yeah, we got all these people out, campaigning against a woman's right to choose whether she's going to have a child. No matter how outrageous I am on that subject, there'll always be 10 people who believe it. That always cheers me up. The thought of those 10 people who believe anything they hear as long as it's on video.
Well, you're mostly known as being the person who has popularized in modern times the significance of the Bavarian Illuminati.
Oh, no, Nesta Webster should get credit for that.
The one who wrote your book on secret societies?
Yeah, and World Revolution, The Plot Against Civilization. Yeah, she was a great inspiration to me. I thought, gee, if this nut can write a book that stays in print for 70 years, maybe if I borrowed some of the ideas, my books might last too. And the real reason I revived the Illuminati was this. I started writing about that back in the 60s. It was because there were so many totally lunatic conspiracy theories around. And I thought it would be fun to concoct the most lunatic combination conspiracy theory of all. And that's when I began to discover the truth of what Paul Krasner has so many times said. You can't tell the reality from the satire anymore because the reality is more bizarre than the satire. And I found a lot of people took my totally lunatic conspiracy theory and believed it. And then I started looking at it and I thought, in some ways, it makes more sense than my usual assumption that the people who run this country are total idiots. If they were total idiots, how would they get to the office in the morning? Well, we know they have chauffeurs, but still, Bob Dobbs really shook me up when he said the two most common fallacies are that our rulers are dumb and that they mean well. They're not dumb and they don't mean well. And when I started thinking about that, I decided, well, maybe the Illuminati conspiracy makes more sense than my usual assumption that we're governed by C students. Or F students, rather.
Well, what is, for the benefit of our viewers who aren't familiar with the history of the Illuminati, how does that go?
Well, that's the beauty of the Illuminati conspiracy, is that almost every writer on the Illuminati has a different slant on it. The Illuminati really existed at one point. It was a secret society within Masonry, which is itself a secret society, which is cute. A secret society within a secret society. That's absolutely guaranteed to produce paranoia among people who try to figure out what's going on in there. The final secret of the Illuminati is you don't know the secret of the Illuminati until you're in too deep to ever get out again. And, Ernesto Webster's theory was that the Illuminati were atheists and planning to overthrow the English Empire, which had brought civilization to the whole world as she saw it, and replace it with a German Empire. That didn't wash much after World War II, so a lot of her disciples have revised that the Illuminati were atheists who were plotting communism all along. Now that communism has fallen apart, the Illuminati are chiefly blamed for rock music. Then there are those who think the Illuminati are actually Satanists, and they're behind the Son of Sam, Charlie Manson, Dan Quayle, everything else that's absolutely bizarre and incomprehensible. Satanic child molestation, of which the country has had a
dwelling in the psychic realm. They often say that the goal of a mystical path is to achieve a state of enlightenment, which means transcending the ego, moving beyond the ego. But when you do psychic work, there's a strong possibility you'll become attached and think, oh, it was me, this famous, important scientist, or this, terrific psychic who's doing these things, and that gets us more caught up in the world of attachment.
That's absolutely right. The religious tradition pertaining to psychic activity, psychic abilities, is that God won't let you use your ESP to enrich yourself. That's untrue. God doesn't care what you do with your psychic abilities. But the joke is that by the time you get very, very good at using your psychic abilities, so that you reliably can forecast silver futures, by that time you've gotten uninterested in silver. And that was one of the shocking things that even occurred to us. We were pressured, urged by a broker who was carrying out our activities, now that you found out how to do this, let's make $1 billion in the silver market, and that became surprisingly less interesting for us to do. Not that we've become mystics, but the whole process seemed like a trivialization of an ability that had much more worthwhile things to pursue.
One of the things that you've written about, Russell, is that when groups of people come together to experiment or explore, might be a better term, remote viewing or intuition or psychic functioning, that they form what some of the American Indians have called the long body, or the community of spirit. That a kind of a connection occurs amongst these people, which is more intimate than most groups experience.
I think that's true. In all of our remote viewing, both at SRI and in our recent experiments, we dwelt very heavily on having a feeling of coherence among our group, so that we would debrief, get rid of any discordant elements, of which there were plenty, because we're pursuing an arena where we don't understand how everything works. But we would make sure before each individual trial that we were all harmonious on what we were doing, what it meant, and what we wanted the outcome to be. And we feel that harmonious, coherent interactions among all the players is very important.
It almost seems, though, that the kind of group dynamics required to produce these extraordinarily successful remote viewings, such as the ones you've been engaging in for decades, it's not so different than the dynamics that one hears described, let's say, in a winning athletic team.
I think that's true. The winning athletes transcend their ordinary experience. They're frequently in an altered state of consciousness. A basketball player in the San Francisco team scored a goal from mid-court. They said, well, how did you do that? He said, well, I just visualized the green light going from my hand into the basket and just let it go. That was Wilt Chamberlain who described that. Just follow the light into the basket. The mystic would have said the same thing. And Jesus, in his writing, says that the kingdom of God is within you. his disciples were always asking, where do I go? Where do I look for God? And whenever a mystic quiets his mind, he finds it as a unitary experience, that God and he are one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that experience of the quiet mind that not comes from remote viewing, but the quiet mind that you use to look into the future is the same quiet mind that allows you to have the experience of being overcome by love and what we wanted the outcome to be. And we feel that harmonious, coherent interactions among all the players is very important.
Mm-hmm. It almost seems, though, that the kind of group dynamics required to produce these extraordinarily successful remote viewings, such as the ones you've been engaging in for decades, it's not so different than the dynamics that one hears described, let's say, in a winning athletic team.
I think that's true. The winning athletes transcend their ordinary experience. They're frequently in an altered state of consciousness. A basketball player in the San Francisco team scored a goal from mid-court. They say, well, how did you do that? He said, well, I just visualized the green light going from my hand into the basket and just let it go. That was Wilt Chamberlain who described that. Just follow the light into the basket. The mystic would have said the same thing. And Jesus, in his writing, says that the kingdom of God is within you. His disciples were always asking, where do I go? Where do I look for God? And whenever a mystic quiets his mind, he finds it as a unitary experience, that God and he are one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that experience of the quiet mind that not comes from remote viewing, but the quiet mind that you use to look into the future is the same quiet mind that allows you to have the experience of being overcome by love, residing in this transcendent states that the mystics throughout the ages have talked about.
Mm-hmm. Now, one of the things that you mentioned in part one of our two-part series is that you had discovered after 20 years that remote viewing is free, by which you meant you don't have to go through elaborate training programs to do remote viewing. It's really just a question of focus and relaxation.
Yes, if you will find a friend who will hide a little object for you on the kitchen table and then sit with you and interview you about what you're experiencing with regard to that object, you surprisingly can learn to separate out the psychic signal from the mental noise. You do not have to give me all your money. You do not have to eat porridge at the feet of your guru. You just have to learn to quiet your mind and visualize what your friend has hidden. And then in a few minutes, your friend will bring you the object and said, these elements that you saw were correct and these were incorrect just from your memory and your guessing. So you have to learn to get rid of memory and imagination and analysis. Analysis is the enemy of psychic functioning. So in doing these little tabletop experiments in remote viewing at home, you want your friend to choose something and tell you nothing about it. For example, if you go to a psychic at the street corner and she says, sit down, tell me your name, where are you from, what do you want, that would not be a genuine psychic. An experienced psychic says, hello, don't tell me anything. Everything you tell me interferes with my ability to do a reading for you. Mm-hmm. So a genuine psychic knows that she wants to know nothing about you. She wants to work from a blank slate.
And so when you say analysis interferes with psychic functioning, so that we can be very clear, it interferes with the act of clairvoyance or telepathy or remote viewing or extrasensory perception, that as a scientist you want to apply analysis.
Yes. What I mean is that it's harder, if I tell you I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 10, it's harder for you to guess my number from 1 to 10 than it would be for you to guess a place that I'm visualizing anywhere on the planet from an infinitude of possible places. Because in the 1 to 10...
and relaxation.
Yes, if you will find a friend who will hide a little object for you on the kitchen table and then sit with you and interview you about what you're experiencing with regard to that object, you surprisingly can learn to separate out the psychic signal from the mental noise. You do not have to give me all your money. You do not have to eat porridge at the feet of your guru. You just have to learn to quiet your mind and visualize what your friend has hidden. And then in a few minutes, your friend will bring you the object and said, these elements that you saw were correct and these were incorrect just from your memory and your guessing. So you have to learn to get rid of memory and imagination and analysis. Analysis is the enemy of psychic functioning. So in doing these little tabletop experiments in remote viewing at home, you want your friend to choose something and tell you nothing about it. For example, if you go to a psychic at the street corner and she says, sit down, tell me your name, where are you from, what do you want, that would not be a genuine psychic. An experienced psychic says, hello, don't tell me anything. Everything you tell me interferes with my ability to do a reading for you. Mm-hmm. So a genuine psychic knows that she wants to know nothing about you. She wants to work from a blank slate.
And so when you say analysis interferes with psychic functioning, so that we can be very clear, it interferes with the act of clairvoyance or telepathy or remote viewing or extrasensory perception, that as a scientist you want to apply analysis.
Yes. What I mean is that it's harder, if I tell you I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 10, it's harder for you to guess my number from 1 to 10 than it would be for you to guess a place that I'm visualizing anywhere on the planet from an infinitude of possible places. Because in the 1 to 10 game, you say, well, it's not 1, it's not 10, it's probably not 7, and then you guess some other number, and it turns out to be an analysis and guessing game. But if I tell you I'm visualizing a place that you've probably never seen, you say, okay, I give up, I'm going to close my eyes and look for a surprise against my blank slate. And even though there's infinitely many places for me to visualize, that's a surprisingly easy thing to do.
Well, let me ask you this, Russell. Let's assume for the moment that you and me and many of our viewers can experience remote viewing. Why would somebody want to do that? How would it make a difference in anybody's life?
It's empowering in a person's life. It's like walking on fire. It gives you a surprising power and control over your destiny and over your experience. In addition to being able to find your car keys in a parking place psychically, it makes you aware that you can live in a larger world. One of the most abundant and important uses of psychic ability is in spiritual healing, where the spiritual healer is able to surrender herself with the desire of healing the sick person and sending a healing template to the person who is sick to allow them to become well and muster their own immune system to improve their state. And with the healing experiments I'm describing, work has been done in double-blind studies in hospitals around the world and in the remote viewing as well. I'm not describing a few best-ever trials, but this work has been published in prestigious journals and done in laboratories in America and England and Holland and Germany. Many, many different scientific laboratories have repeated both the spirit.
Yes.
The hemoglobin in the blood. So what you're really looking at is increases or decreases of blood flow in
Exactly.
different areas of the brain. So if you're showing a response outside of your head completely, and we can show our viewers the images of this, certainly there's no hemoglobin splattering around outside your head.
Exactly. So as you can imagine, when I showed this to radiologists, medical doctors, and physicists, some of them said, or most of them said, there was a mistake here. This is a fluke. This is an artifact. There was some problem with acquisition of image. Perhaps you moved your head as you were doing these experiments. I said, I guarantee I didn't move my head. I tried this so many times. And I said, look, when I was there inside of the machine, just relaxed, these things didn't happen. But as I engaged in my internal thinking, using my will to move energy, these things appeared. But then, as you can imagine, I tried to isolate all these factors, but I tried, for instance, a bottle of water that is the ghost or the phantom of the function MRI. They use this just as a very simple thing to calibrate the machine. They put this bottle there inside of the machine instead of the head of the person, and then they can adjust the sensitivity, gain, and so many different things to know everything is working right. And in one of my experiments, I put that bottle there, and we ran many sequences, showing that everything was there behaving as it should be. But then, when I was emitting energy to that bottle, some light, the bold signal, appeared inside of the bottle of water there. So this couldn't be the bottle moving. This couldn't be just the bottle getting anxious or creating too much of an expectation, as they told it could be the case with the brain, with a person there. After some time, I thought of using something more organic. Instead of being just water, putting a chicken egg there inside. And I still consider this to be the best result so far. So I ran many sequences with the egg there.
Egg in the bottle? Is that how it
No, just egg. I took the bottle out. Inside of that kind of,
cage.
the cage there that goes around of our head, I put just the egg there, sitting there by itself.
Okay.
So as you run the functional MRI there, first a normal MRI just to get the structure there, you can see the yolk, you can see the internal structure, but nothing special there. No bold signal. And then I did a sequence like this. About a minute without doing anything. Another minute with me transmitting energy, like if I were healing the egg. And another minute without doing anything. So what happened there? So during this first minute, the machine is working there with all that noise and the image is there just gray without anything. I was inside of the room of the functional MRI there, behind the machine, but not inside of that big coil, exactly to avoid any kind of interference, because somebody could say that my hands moved, altered the magnetic field in some way, so I was very careful with that. But then when I got the instruction, and we can hear this in the video, start. So then I start pumping, sending energy, not with the physical movement, just mentally. And then after a few seconds, because all the computing effecting pose a kind of delay of 5-6 seconds there, and then you start seeing this glow of light. Is just a representation of the natural magnetic resonance of the protons there inside of that egg changing. Because this machine creates a big, powerful magnetic field, put all the protons pointing directly. My first experience started when I was young with lucid dreams. I have always been a big dreamer, dreaming every night. When I say this, remembering my dreams, because we all dream every night. But I always had big dreams, whole adventures and stories. For me, it was amazing when people would say, look, you know what? I don't remember my dreams. And some people would say, do you dream in color or black and white? And I say, what kind of question is that? Of course we dream in color. So for me, dreaming was like living another life. I used to enjoy that. But then one day, I was having one of these dreams, of course, and I noticed that things were incoherent during the dream. My house is not like that. This doesn't make sense. Then I thought, what is going on here? I thought, I might be dreaming. This has to be a dream. And then I thought, look, if I wake up in my bed, if this whole dream disappears here, I will prove to myself that I am dreaming. So I concentrated, and then I woke up in my bed. So, big yippee there. I thought, yes, I was dreaming. So this helped me to have other, lucid dreams. But then instead of trying to wake up, I thought, for instance, I could change the dream. I could change the whole story. So I start playing with a kind of virtual reality of mine. I could change the whole sequence there. But then one day, after some time, when I tried to wake up, instead of waking up inside of my body, opening the physical eyes, I woke up floating outside of my body. The dream disappeared, and I saw myself floating in my bedroom. My brother is sleeping on the other bed, and then I thought, what is this? I thought, this is not the super dream. My name as a kid for lucid dreams. I used to call them super dreams instead of lucid dream because I didn't know this expression. And then I thought, this is different. This is something completely different. And then I woke up, I came back to my physical body because of the surprise. But then for me, it was very clear to see the difference between a dream, a lucid dream, and a full lucid out-of-body experience. I remember once I went to the front, to to the street in front of my house there. There was a bus stop. I could see a group of people there waiting for the bus in the morning. I could see them, how many, their clothes. I returned to my physical body and I went back there walking with the physical body and I saw the same group of people there, exactly as I saw. So that wasn't a dream. And then with the development of this, I started having these spontaneous vibrational states. So this powerful, like having a kind of a high voltage, electricity passing through us, through you. But it wasn't a painful or unpleasant thing. It was really powerful there. But I didn't know how to provoke this state. It took me years. I think about a decade until I could start finding books about that. And Robert Monroe was the first that I saw there. Oh, I had vibrational state when I was trying to leave my body. And then he had a particular technique to get the vibrational state. And then contacting mediums, psychic people, Valdo Vieira and others, I noticed that we could provoke this kind of state. So we perfected the technique that nowadays we call Velo, as Nancy wrote in her book, of moving energy under our control, inside of our body, little by little. But it's not something that we just imagine. It's not a visualization. It's a real thing, like moving our hand. At the beginning, as we don't feel, it is mostly like thinking about it. But little by little, in front of my house there was a bus stop. I could see a group of people there waiting for the bus in the morning. I could see them, how many, their clothes. I returned to my physical body and I went back there walking with the physical body and I saw the same group of people there, exactly as I saw. So that wasn't a dream. And then with the development of this, I started having these spontaneous vibrational states. So this powerful, like having a kind of a high voltage, electricity passing through us, through you. But it wasn't a painful or unpleasant thing. It was really powerful there. But I didn't know how to provoke this state. It took me years. I think about a decade until I could start finding books about that. And Robert Monroe was the first that I saw there. Oh, I had vibrational state when I was trying to leave my body. And then he had a particular technique to get the vibrational state. And then contacting mediums, psychic people, Valdo Vieira and others, I noticed that we could provoke this kind of state. So we perfected the technique that nowadays we call Velo, as Nancy wrote in her book, of moving energy under our control, inside of our body, little by little. But it's not something that we just imagine. It's not a visualization. It's a real thing, like moving our hand. At the beginning, as we don't feel, it is mostly like thinking about it. But little by little, you feel something rushing inside of your body. So this gets faster and faster with time, with training, until you trigger that kind of resonance, exactly what we call the vibrational state. This willful, conscious control of the energy is the best way we know to provoke an out-of-body experience. And it helps us because you leave the body conscious during the transition. A lot of people, when they're trying to leave the body, they are lucid inside of the body. During the transition, they have what we call a blackout, so you lose lucidity. You wake up already somewhere else. Most of the people don't feel the process of really getting out of the body, and it is one of the most amazing things. It's like if you were undressing your physical body, like if you were getting the body out of you, and you can be as lucid as you are here right now. Sometimes even more lucid than we are here. In some of these out-of-body experiences, we have a kind of expansion of consciousness, like a cosmic consciousness, as we like to say.
And you've actually trained thousands of people.
Thousands of people, yes.
What percentage are able to leave their body?
During our classes, during their activity, between 10-20%. Some other people, they achieve this later on. A lot of people never tell us later if they got the OBEs or not. We cannot really go behind them, trying to follow them. But some people, they say, Wagner, I had the courses with you a few years ago. I dropped this for a while. But when I just got back, resumed the training, I got my OBEs. Because OBEs, they depend on a lot of different factors also. If the person, for instance, is too stressed, with a lot of worries, facing some problems, it's more difficult for the person to have the obese. It's not impossible, but it is.
And so
harder.
many people are under stress.
Exactly. Nowadays, of course. Well, one big problem is people many times do not sleep well. So for most of the people, a deeper relaxation helps a lot leaving the body. So most of the people don't relax well deeply when they leave the body. For other people, is just falling asleep so quickly, they don't even have the time to really try to trigger, to get back this kind of experience.
On analyzing their organs, images of their organs. And for that, doctor or whatever who was doing that would not need to meet or talk to the patient. And this is what was the beginning of my training. I had no idea about this energy. Okay? I had no idea how it was functioning. It was a little bit here, little bit there, glimpse of to put together. This is okay. It's not electromagnetic. It's because I can check somebody in Australia, his organs, and that was already fascination. From day number one, not knowing about this energy at all, I would say. It was fascination with a method that possibility, this energy gives us possibility to deal with it. That was holograms of organs, and I was very lucky being at the hospital, so I was able to check for myself. Is it valuable? Is it a reliable method? Because what would you do? You think about a person's organ, and this is what I was doing. We were doing at the lab during our seminars, but this is what I was transferred to my 24-hour shift at the hospital territory. I would hide behind the wall and not talking, not seeing, had no idea how that person looked on a stretcher. If I had time, if nobody was, of course, in a horrible emergency, I would go behind the wall, that nobody would see me doing like that, because I would hang, let's say, thyroid, and then go lungs, and then go heart, and so on, checking every organ, how it felt on my hand. This is how we were trained. We were trained to learn to evaluate how these sensations from vibrations of organs felt for us. And for me, it was already kind of organized. This is how it feels when organ is failing. This is when it's in inflammation, when tumor existing in the organ, or stones, because you cannot move freely. You kind of blocked by stone of gallbladder. Okay, it's everything physical. It's very physical, and this is what gives us possibility to learn about subtle energy, that it always has a physical sensation on us, even sometimes has emotional colors. But physical sensations, it's a reliable to start from. And having kind of idea of somebody on a stretcher, I would go to the person and go through my medical routine and send to tests. And I had to evaluate every person who had to have operation on, as a wise internal medicine person, and so to be able to be kind of to prove what I sensed on a during operation, when they've been coming after and saying.
Classroom is coming out, or has just come out recently in a new edition. Yeah. And in that edition, you go back and observe how your psychedelic work of many decades ago, which was profound and which you kept hidden from your students and your colleagues, actually was influencing them nonetheless.
Yeah. It was kind of, the classroom was kind of like a test case for actually testing some of the metaphysical implications of these visionary experiences, where you learn the essence of oneness, that there is a fundamental oneness within which we all exist. Like we're all in a pool, and any ripples we make or touches everybody in the pool. My students didn't know anything about my psychedelic work. Even when I taught psychedelics, I was teaching Stan Grof's work, I never let them know that I was doing this work myself. It was illegal, and I couldn't let them know. And yet I found that they were being touched by my experiences. When I would be going into deeper breakthrough levels, I found that they were beginning to be activated in their own lives, just by being around me, just by encountering some of the ideas. And I found that there was a certain transparency developing in my mind, which I was not aware of in the beginning, and I was powerless to control. But I would just be lecturing on an ordinary day, and I would be reaching for an example to crystallize some point, to make it real. And I began to have students come up to me after class and say things like, "It's funny you use that example that you used today, because that's exactly what happened to me this week." And I was not aware of making any paranormal contact with them. And at first I thought, okay, that's happenstance. That's, I was taught to treat that as trivial. But it kept happening, and it kept happening over and over, and I began to realize something deeper was happening, and I had to understand it. And it took me a long time to really begin to understand the fundamental ways in which fields of consciousness work and energetic resonance works. So I found that my sessions and my immersion into these deep transcendent states had changed my psychic makeup in some way that made me kind of as a lightning rod, sparking transformation in those of my students who were receptive to this type of influence. And it wasn't by conscious intention on my part or design. In fact, I had to learn how to manage and control these forces. How do you ensure freedom of consent and free will when this is operating so unconsciously in the room? And I developed a different way of teaching, what you might call a quantum pedagogy, in contrast to a Newtonian pedagogy. And it's not to pretend that individual minds don't exist, but there is that second part, the quantum fields in which all of our minds are within a field of mind. And so I developed strategies to begin to take advantage of this, to empower their learning by using exercises in the classroom that drew upon the strength and power of these collective fields. Yeah. And when I first wrote The Living Classroom, I didn't mention psychedelics at all because it was 2008. I didn't want psychedelics to be a red herring that would prevent these ideas from being used by teachers up and down, from K to graduate schools. But then later, after I had written LSD in the Mind of the Universe, and I was out of the psychedelic closet, and I was no longer working at the university, as we grow individually, as it grows unitively as a species on this little piece of the corner of the galaxy. And then, after spending time in that territory, I went into a year of experiences that in the book I call the benediction of blessings. It was just a cascade of extraordinarily deep experiences that we recognize from the mystical traditions. One of them, for example, was a deep experience of shunyata, emptiness of self. Where there is no self inside of you, you're experiencing the world in its diversity, but there's no self here, there's no self there, there's no self anywhere. The whole system is living and breathing as one. It's a living experience of oneness. And that's when I began to understand that no self and oneness were two different sides of the same coin. Because if you have the experience of no self, then you naturally open up into the oneness of life. And if you open into the oneness of life, then you experience the transparency of all supposedly separate selves. There are no separate selves. Everything is living and breathing together. And I had an experience of the cosmic void, of going beyond all time and space into something which I think might be some approximation of the field of reality out of which existence sprang, out of which the Big Bang came, formless and yet the source of all eventual forms. Well-known themes in mystical traditions. And I had an experience, one of divine love, just an overwhelming assault of touching just briefly the love that lies at the fount of creation, and which is jarring for me because I was prepared to understand that there was great genius and intelligence and power behind creation, but that there was love, that creation was an act of love in service of some much larger cosmic process. I had not anticipated that before, but this love was so overwhelming, it just took me, broke me down into the absolute core, warmed places in me that had been cold for so many lifetimes. And then one of the last experiences there, I had the experience that I came to call the birth of the diamond soul. Reincarnation had been part of my thinking, for a long time by this point. But in the context of a long teaching session, I began to experience all my lives coming back into me one by one. And I had done, past life therapy for 3 years, and I was familiar with about a dozen or so of my lives, and healed and had been healed by them and all that kind of stuff. But these were coming back in very fast, just coming back into me. And we reached a point where they fused. They became one. And when they fused, there was an extraordinary explosion in my heart. And that was an explosion of diamond light. And I was catapulted into a state beyond anything I had been in before. And I was an individual. So the individual was there, but it was a soul individuality, not an egoic individuality. And it was an individuality that was functioning on a different order, a different scale than anything I had known before. And I think what I was being shown was part of the story of where reincarnation is taking us.
Different types of, well, let's say 2 dishes of Xenobots or Xenobots and a plant, or Xenobots and some other crazy thing, communicate to each other through this audio interface so that we can build, right? So using the hardware is basically like a corpus callosum that takes 2 different things and allows it to be a one unified, being, right? That exchanges information. And so we're trying to make some of these composite kind of systems, and trying to see what happens when you make like radically composite beings with radically different components, right? That kind of stuff. Yeah. So there's some of that.
This is so cool. You hacking life is so cool.
It's just amazing, and it's like so much of it is reverse engineering, because people often say, "Oh, you bioengineered them." Like, we didn't do all that much. It's really they're doing all the hard work. Our job is to like have the imagination and the assays to notice it and to see what are they really doing. That's the trick. They're teaching us all this stuff. And then I guess one other thing that I just wanted to mention is back so a couple of years ago, we had these papers showing that simple molecular pathways like gene regulatory networks or even just chemical pathways that when models that describe them as ordinary differential equations, those models have learning capacity. So they can learn, right? And we've been making devices to try to train molecular pathways and so on. But more recently, what we found 2 things that go together. One is that if you train them, the causal emergence of the system goes up. So phi d goes up, but also as the phi d goes up, they become better learners. And the coolest part is if you force them to forget, which is also really important because for medical reasons, there's a lot of memories you would like to wipe from your pathways, and so we're like learning how to make things forget. if you force them to forget, they don't lose whatever gains they had in 5D. It's an asymmetric ratchet. So I feel like this is really interesting for evolution, right? Because long before selection even kicks in, it's a free gift from the math. Like just from the simple chemistry of it, you already have this loop that points upwards. It's an asymmetric kind of ratchet that points upwards.
So the evolution of the richness of consciousness has its own dynamic, its own accelerated pathway, let's put it that way.
Yeah, right. Like right at the bottom, before you have reproduction or differential selection or any of that stuff, already just as a free gift from the mathematics of causal information theory and networks, you get this thing that points upwards towards more agency, more learning, right? Like amazing. So yeah,
Fantastic.
so I think so that's those are just a couple of like a few things we've been digging into.
Are you collaborating with Giulio on how you calculate phi and how you sample the system and all that?
Yeah, we have so Eric Hull who did a bunch of that work.
Oh, yeah.
So he's in my center. So I hired him a little while ago, and so he's doing a bunch of that stuff with us. And I have others. So the work that I described is actually Federico Pagozzi, who's a postdoc in the lab. He knows how to do that stuff too. So that's been some of his work.
So you're doing IIT4, I suppose, right?
Well, this is a much simplified metric because proper phi you can't really calculate for more than 9 things, right? It's like too crazy. Yeah. But this is phi d. So phi d you can calculate. So yeah,
fantastic.
So anyway, so back to these Kordylewski clouds. Having told you about how the dust they can make their own, and why do they need it? Because what's been proved mostly by the Russian plasma physicists, and the Germans and the Japanese are the main ones, and some American ones. There's nobody in Britain does any of this, unfortunately. They got a very stupid science policy here. In the UK, ever since Max Broods died, things have been a mess. Anyway, they have proved by having plasmoids, as you quite rightly call them, a blob of plasma as a plasmoid and surrounded by an impenetrable sheath, a double-layered sheath, rather analogous to the double layers around cells in the body. You got your positive and negative things back to back in a shell, and you can have a hot plasmoid and a cold plasmoid next to each other, but they won't affect one another at all. So the internal structure of giant plasmoids like these clouds, or indeed our sun, which is the biggest plasmoid near us, they're fantastically intricate inside. And so you've got these plasmoids, and they have proved by having small ones in the lab that they can spontaneously self-organize. It's called emergence, and they can become immensely complex without being told to do so. They spontaneously do this. They self-organize. This is really key, but it goes beyond structure. What they do is they develop spontaneously intelligent behavior. Boing. I mean, what? A blob of plasma? Intelligent? Give me a break. But it's true. They proved it. And so they have proved that plasmoids spontaneously evolve intelligence. Now, if you've been around for a few billion years, like the Kordylewski clouds, and you have trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of units for computation and storage of data, you're going to become the greatest AI brain that we can imagine. That is near us. Of course, the sun's bigger. The sun's also alive, by the way. So, when sunset occurs, get worried. I'm just joking there. But these Kordylewski clouds are giant intelligent entities, and they're between us and the Earth and the Moon. So what's all this SETI stuff going on about little green men 300 light years away? Forget it. Of course, there's no radio communication going on between people like us. Anyway, you get past that stage in 100 years anyway, in any case. So the thing is that we should be trying to communicate with the gigantic intelligent entities on our own doorstep. And so I propound the speculation, as you quite rightly described it in your earlier podcast, because this is all speculation, you could say. The existence of the Kordylewski clouds is not, that's proved. And the intelligent behavior of plasmoids is not speculation, that's proved. So I'm just putting things together, speculatively, you might say, but with sound justification. So the idea is that, well, first of all, I believe that they have tried to communicate with us. We haven't, and I left all this out of the book. I should publish that. The evidence of how they tried to communicate with us, and we didn't get it, and so they gave up. But I do believe.
So he derives all of astrology from that very image that you just spoke of.
Wow. That's intriguing. That's really intriguing. We got onto that because you're saying they're all present, and I'm synchronicities, and I'm saying there are moments when they're more likely. There are richer moments, and there are moments when they're really not particularly likely.
Arthur Young, as an astrologer, pointed out something called the Arabian part of coincidence. It's a very obscure astrological sign. And the Arabian part of coincidence has to do with the angular relationships in your astrology chart between Mars, Uranus, and your ascendant. And in my astrology chart, Mars and Uranus are absolutely perfectly in opposition to each other. They're on opposite sides of the sky. And Arthur Young pointed out that when the transiting planets during my life, throughout the course of my life, are in conjunction with that point in the horoscope of the opposition between Mars and Uranus, that's when the major synchronicities of my life took place.
Far out and groovy. Since you are kind of an explanatory tendency guy, what do you make out of that?
I'm totally puzzled by it. I don't know what to make of it. But it was uncanny in terms of how precise it was. He asked me, tell me the dates of the major synchronicities of your life. And he went through the chart and we examined them in detail. And he even published a little article about it for the Institute of the Study of Consciousness.
Boy, that is cool. So isn't that a form of research you're just describing, Jeff?
Well, it was, of course, retrospective. It was post hoc, after the fact. We never tried to do a prospective study on it, but the intriguing thing is that Arthur Young himself, the reason that he knew to look at the Arabian part of coincidence on my chart is because he had something similar in his own chart.
That's a coincidence right there. And that brought the two of you closer. One of the points of talking about coincidences is with each other. When you have a shared coincidence, like as you did, just having Mars and Uranus in opposition with him, that's a shared coincidence. And there are a lot of them. They happen. But you met somebody who had a shared coincidence with you astrologically. What that does and did for you and will with other people is bring you closer together. You become more respectful and intrigued by the other when you share a coincidence like that. So I'm encouraging people, when you have a coincidence with somebody and you share it, have the same thing like this, then you talk about it with each other to see what it means to each of you.
Well, you set up something called the Coincidence Cafe for that purpose, for people to come together and share their coincidences.
Yes, we did, and we're no longer doing that. It was a great experiment, and regret enough of them, and it becomes not anecdotal but data. And then the data becomes something you can figure out how to do research on. The same was true with depression. You had to be able to organize. Depression became a huge field of study in psychiatry, but for a long time it wasn't very well organized in just what it was and what the different variations are. So my start as a psychiatrist is a taxonomy of meaningful coincidences, which my second book, Meaningful Coincidence, is, and then trying to increase public awareness through this book, Life-Changing Synchronicities, so that enough energy gets together to become possible to do research on synchronicity.
My wife is a public speaker and teaches courses in creativity. And she suggests to her students that you should do new things. Do something you've never done before. For example, my wife told this class, when you go home, instead of going into your house through the front door, why don't you go in through a window? And just as an example, so one of the women said, well, what if I live on the second floor? How am I going to get in through the window? My wife said, well, take a ladder. And so this woman tried it. She actually got a ladder, was climbing up to go into her apartment in the second story of her house when a policeman saw her. and
then what happened? Did she get married to the policeman?
She did. That is exactly what happened.
What do you make of my being able to say that?
Isn't that a beautiful example of a coincidence, or even more, a synchronicity or telepathy? Unless, for example, this story has been around and you've already heard it.
I haven't. I have not heard it.
Yeah.
I have not heard it. No, that came to me right away. And it could have been on the words you were saying. It could have been that you had the image in your mind of the conclusion of that movie, which is what I think happened, because I was listening very carefully to the imagery you were describing of the woman climbing the ladder to the second floor. I was there with you, and then I could fill in the last frame, which was part of that movie that I was watching in your mind.
Doing these interviews, it happens all the time where I am thinking a thought and the direction I'd like to take the interview, and I don't have to say a word because my guest just goes right there automatically. And I often wonder, is that telepathy or is it just the logical progress of our conversation?
Well, it's not either or. It's just not. But if I listen to you, Jeff, in a way that I wasn't able to before, you speak with your heart and not just your mind. And I can feel that in you. And that emotion that I can feel in your heart helps generate the emotion of my ability to tune into you, because you're open to being tuned into. And I'm, without you being able to prove, it, I could see the ending of that story almost just by the openness of your communication.
You know what else, Bernie? Just a moment or two before I launched into that story, I made a remark to the effect, well, you can't predict in advance.
Bowl of Cheerios, and I, just for the hell of it, I said, Bill, how many Cheerios do you think are in that bowl? And he said something like, I'm 493 or something like that. Anyway, I counted the damn things, and he was exactly right. And this was a case where you couldn't even see them all. I mean, some are hidden under others. So subitizing and psi are pretty close together in the human psyche. Oliver Sacks has a chapter in The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat, I think it is, on the twins. These are two adolescents, autistic kids. They couldn't add or subtract single-digit numbers with any consistency. And Sachs was trying, in his beautiful way, really, to get a sense of their internal world and so on. And at a certain point, he knocked over a box of matches that was sitting on a table. So these matches dump out on the floor. And the two twins immediately said in unison, 111. 37, 37, 37. What was that all about? So anyway, Sachs heard the 111 and he counted them, and there were 111 matches on the floor. Now, subitizing normally is good to 4 or 5, maybe tops. So right away, these twins had done something quite amazing. What Sachs goes on to talk about, however, is the 37, 37, 37, because what they had done is they had factored 111 as the product of 2 prime numbers. Well, once he realized that, he began to challenge them. He reminded them of 111 and then got them to begin exchanging bigger prime numbers. And they soon exhausted his published table, which went only to like 10 or 12 digits, and went on to as long as 20-digit ostensible prime numbers, which he had no way of checking. But 10 or 12 digits is good enough to make the point. I mean, these are things that we compute laboriously with computers, not persons. And yet these kids who are, defective at the most basic level of arithmetic could somehow produce these damn things. How could they possibly do that? And the closest anybody's come to an answer, I think, is that they were somehow just visualizing, that they were just there in some kind of a space that they could wander through and just read them off of some internal tablet or something of that sort. Anyway, so that's an example in a very peculiar sort of isolated territory of psychology of how there's a kind of vent hole, I think is a term that Myers himself used, between the supraliminal self and the level of the subliminal self, where these things somehow exist in a form that is accessible under conditions that we ought to be able to find out about, but haven't yet.
In other words, you're suggesting with regard to mathematics that there's a Platonic realm that some people are able to access.
Most pure mathematicians tend strongly in that direction, starting from Plato on. Roger Penrose is a modern spokesman. And, to me, it conjures things like Plotinus's idea of an intelligible realm, which is kind of his version of a Platonic realm of forms.
It is efficacious in doing stuff.
That's pretty clear. I think to me the question regarding those experiments is, was this effect caused by psychokinesis, by a direct interaction from the mind of one person to the body of another person, or was it more a question of telepathic suggestion, even telepathic hypnotic suggestion, so it was mind to mind?
I think that's not known. But for our argument today, that doesn't matter. We're showing that consciousness can do stuff at a distance outside the body, that there's a connection.
And the philosophical implications of that fact are so staggering that the academic community in general refuses to even look at the data.
That's right. The people who particularly have trouble with that are the materialists. Mm-hmm. And today the materialists call themselves physicalists, which is a kind of apology for promissory materialism. Mm-hmm. The physicalist says, yes, there seems to be something like ESP, but I don't believe that consciousness actually does stuff, but we'll one day know how it all works on electromagnetic or other basis, and I'll promise you one day the physical phenomena will come out, but of course right now there's no evidence for it.
And the reason that there's no evidence is because, as I understand it, when we talk about matter in terms of physics, there's no evidence of anything akin to consciousness in molecules and subatomic particles.
That's right. There's no evidence. There are vitalists who believe that everything is alive, that everything has consciousness. I happen to know that Lenin believes that. So within the Soviet Union, the idea of psychic abilities was okay, but Lenin supported Vasiliev, as you know, in the Soviet Union, because Lenin thought that everything had consciousness. The unusual, and he didn't think that that was supernatural.
He was a Marxist materialist, and yet he was open to the idea that material itself possessed consciousness.
That's right. Wasn't that clever?
Yeah. And I mean, today there are people who take a similar point of view. They're called panpsychists, and they would say that, there is no difference between mind and matter. Yeah.
Now, Schrodinger felt that we were all connected. Because of his Advaita feelings, he felt that separation is an illusion.
There's only one consciousness, not multiple.
That's right.
Which sort of goes against our common sense experience. I mean, most of us live our lives believing that we are separate from each other.
That's right. Schrodinger felt there was no separation, and he thought that consciousness was fundamental. You could say you might say that he was an idealist.
Yeah.
And in Buddhism, there's a problem with idealism. The idealists in Buddhism tend to believe that everything is mind. And the other side, the other track, are the materialists who believe that it's all material. And the middle ground were people who were...
Now there are very few left, and but it was a fast-growing religion around the turn of the century, and they invented an instrument called the rectilineator, and they went up and down the Florida coast taking measurements, and their measurements proved the Earth was curved that way, as if we were on the inside of it, the concave way. And at exactly that time, the Zetetic Society in England, which were the people who believed the Earth was flat, they were taking experiments at the longest canal in England. They were taking measurements according to them and according to the Orthodox, too. The curvature of the Earth should be measurable at that canal, because the canal is long enough that if you take a picture of something at the other end of the canal, it should be lower, because if the Earth is convex. No, I should have said convex before. Now I'm saying concave. And anyway, they took measurements, and the Earth seemed to be flat. And this led to a great deal of dispute, and finally there was a bet made about it, and Alfred Wallace, the chap who invented the theory of natural selection at the same time as Darwin.
A great spiritualist.
Yes, curiously enough. He was appointed the judge. And so the Zeteticists took their measurements, and the Orthodox Spherians took their measurements, and for the Zetetics it came out flat again, and for the Spherians it came out curved, like a sphere.
It's the way most science seems to work.
Well, it certainly is curious that you got it in the same years, 1900 to 1910, you got these three sets of measurements, flat, curved this way, and curved this way. It seems instruments do tend to read what the people who are operating them want them to read, if the people have enough faith and hope. This bet led to legal suits, because Wallace ruled that the spherical ones were more accurate, and the others sued Wallace for being prejudiced and not giving an accurate verdict. And the thing went through the courts in England for quite a while. So I guess at this point, the shape of the Earth is still rather unsure until we get better instruments.
So the religion of Koreshanity was promulgated upon the scientific discovery that the Earth is shaped this way.
Yeah, that we're on the inside of it. Yeah, and it was also based on the idea that racism had to be abolished by whites and blacks intermarrying, and then we could build a solid front against the Orientals, about whom Tweed was quite paranoid. He didn't think that hating Orientals was racism. He thought that was just common sense. Like everybody else, he had his own idea of what was common sense and what was fanaticism.
Wasn't he also a cousin of the founder of the Mormon Church?
As a matter of fact, he was, I don't know if he was a cousin, he was related to Joseph Smith, yes. I wonder if Joseph Smith had an alchemical, electrical laboratory, too, to get where he got his visions. I'd like to know what was going on with some of these 19th century people. The fellow who wrote received Owaspy, which is
huge Bible, biblical type tome.
It's the only one that begins by saying this is the latest revelation, but not the final revelation. All the others claim to be the final revelation. We know how he got that. He was a dentist, and he got all those voices while he was sniffing nitrous oxide. I wonder about Moses and the burning bush.
And if he wasn't also sniffing something.
Well, there was a burning bush. Now, I know one burning bush that's likely to induce the kind of experiences Moses reported.
Right. But your thinking, as I understand it, is that consciousness does operate outside of the physical body, outside of the brain altogether.
Yes, it does. And I certainly would agree with what he's saying. While you are having a remote viewing and you are inside your body, you definitely don't need to be outside the body in order for the remote viewing to happen. So that explains certain cases. But when you are outside your body, you are already operating outside the limits of the brain, and you also have the ability of remote viewing while you are outside the body. So that helps to explain these other cases as well. And that's also why I was mentioning the ability itself of this remote sensing seems to be more of the astral body than of the physical body. That when we are inside the body, we can still use that ability, but we need a little bit more of training. We need a little bit more of development. While outside the body, really, this is the normal. Even individuals or students, even on some of the first experiences, they can already use it.
Well, remote viewers report the same. It works very well the first time. In fact, some viewers never exceed their very first experience. But now, when you refer to the astral body, or what you called the psychosoma earlier, you seem to be suggesting that it comes equipped with all sorts of organs of perception, much like the physical body.
Yes, to a certain extent. Obviously, organs in this case would be a loosely used term, but I understand that sometimes this happens with the out-of-body experiences. We end up using words, that make sense here to describe realities that are non-physical, because honestly, we don't have a better word. So we certainly have the ability to perceive. The astral body per se doesn't have like organs, but it's still a good word to use so as to convey the idea, right? So, for example, we realize we don't see with the eyes of the astral body only, but you can see basically through the entire body. And then in some out-of-body experiences, you realize you are aware enough to the point to which your entire skin is perceiving. And then you're seeing 360 degrees up and down. And you realize this perception is not necessarily associated only to the eyes of the astral body, or the hearing is not only to the ears and so on and so forth, or the sensorial input as well. So it is the condition when we are outside the body is a lot richer in terms of the perception.
Now, your organization actually trains people to produce out-of-body experiences at will, rather than only when they should happen spontaneously.
Exactly. That is the idea, because we observe that it is basically a skill, like any other skill that we might have developed. It's a matter of receiving some information, dedicating some time, and the ability goes on developing little by little. And we even have several activities where not only are they research activities to try to provide conventional data on confirming the out-of-body experiences, but also in trying to understand this aspect that we are discussing here of how does the non-physical perception work, especially when you're trying to perceive something that is physical or made for the physical reality. So we have a lot of those types of experiments, so to speak.
And I know you're working with scientists, you sponsor scientific conferences,
yes.
You have had hundreds hundreds of people go through your program.
If they could grow seeds in their hand in 5 minutes and see root growth.
Yeah.
And other people bend metal or light bulbs. So pick a task that calls to you and that you have maybe most belief that you might be able to do. It can be very useful to see someone else do that. YouTube is great that way. They have demos that I don't know if they're fake or real, but I've had people just watch the demo and be able to do it at home. Or be with a group that's teaching this and shows you examples. We have steel spoons that the strongest man would not be able to budge, and they've been twisted with psychokinesis. And I might say, in addition to that, under electron microscope, they look different.
Yes.
So that softens the belief that this couldn't be, or it's just a parlor trick. Then holding your own and being guided often to take that high energy and direct it in a strong, clear intent, and then let go. And the letting go is sometimes the more challenging part, believe it or not. It's many people would be, if they're working with metal, go, is it bending, and they're not, they've set the intent, now they have to relax and let go. So in fact, if somebody squealed next to them because they just bent theirs, as they look over there, they might be distracted and theirs would go because they've let go enough to let the energy flow. So here we have.
In other words, it's not the sort of thing you go, happen.
Right. It's not like bench press, best I know bench pressing.
Yeah.
And so, quick summary of that is raise energy, set intent, let go. And with the clarity of intent being very clear, because you've cleared up the beliefs that could limit this in your mind.
Now, in part 2 of our 3-part series, we focus quite a bit on your work with groups in Las Vegas, your Inner Vegas workshops. But you also designed the MC² program, which is offered at the Monroe Institute, and you've alluded to it already in terms of lighting light bulbs, making seeds grow. Let's talk about that program.
Okay, sure. So after a few years of doing the Inner Vegas adventure, I wondered, it's a 3-day program in Vegas, in the casino. How would it be if we went to a very peaceful, beautiful setting, and Monroe Institute's in the beautiful mountains of Virginia, and extend it to 6 days? Where could we go? How far can you take this? And we wanted to have the psychokinesis feedback tasks as clear proof and that something's going on for people that's measurable. But we wanted to broaden past the dice throwing and affecting slot machines. Metal bending I was suspicious of, Jeff. I had heard so much that it could be close hand magic, but I finally met someone I really, really trusted, and they said, no, this can be genuine. And then I took one, I have no luck, until a fellow who was very good at it put their hand behind my heart, and the metal just softened. And so and it was mine. I bought this thing. I knew it wasn't a fake for it. And so researching literature at that point a little bit, we saw that people were reporting being able to have flower buds open in China in their experiments, and also grow seeds. So we put seed growing in, we put light bulb lighting, those fluorescent lights. Various tasks, as I alluded to before, to find something that the person would have affinity for. And some people...
Describe that process.
Most people are aware of chanting, opening the throat chakra, going Om. I would do that for a half hour, an hour, and within that, often if there was anything emotionally that needed to be cleared, like my dog had died 2 or 3 months before, that emotion might come up, get that cleared out, have the intention to bring in, the word energy is abstract. So I might say on one day I'm inhaling unlimited joy, or compassion for all beings, or even the color red for strength, something tangible that made the energy seem to be building. And then I would feel like I was charging myself, a little bit like a battery. I mentioned dice as the first thing, but I remember the first trip out, I had a goal of rolling 3, 3 equals 6.
Yes.
And they call that hard 6 in the game. And that's 36 to 1 by chance. And in general, 6s come up of other ways too, 4, 2, 2, 4, but not too often. And for about 2 hours, I rolled about 40% 6s, which impressed the table, impressed me. And the interesting thing is, though, then I sat down right after that to relax and frankly have a cigarette at a slot machine. And the first hand, what do you think it was? 4 6s.
Oh, in other words, it's like you're building up an energy field that transferred from one game to the next.
And the intention for 6s. The energy building is maybe the more enduring thing. The intention can flick at a moment's notice. So with those 4 6s, when I got that, my spontaneous next thought was, oh, I'm a great king of light. Next hand was 4 kings. And then I got kings and 6s for about a half hour until I could feel the energy kind of dissipating. So that also pointed to slot machines might be receptive to this PK energy or psychokinesis. And in fact, they do have a pseudo-random number generator in them, much like the Princeton experiments use a random generator.
Well, the difference between pseudo-random and true random is pretty important because, to my understanding, a pseudo-random generator is purely mechanical. It's not volatile the way a radioactive decay would be. I would think pseudo-random is less amenable to psychokinesis.
We might think that. So just for clarity, in a regular random number generator, they're using something like atomic uncertainty to decide 1 or 0. In a pseudo one, they will put out a chain, almost an infinite long of numbers.
An algorithm.
Right, they will develop and spout the numbers randomly. But much in PK, Jeff, for me, is unexpected. And so maybe it was good that I didn't even pay much attention to that. But I found that they were, the pseudo-random number generators in slot machines were receptive.
Work just as well for you.
Yes.
Because it does seem that PK is, which is an abbreviation for psychokinesis, is goal-oriented. It's what you want to accomplish, and somehow it figures out how to get there without you having to think through all the details.
Definitely. Your conscious mind will never figure out how to get these dice to tumble and end up in a certain position, or how to affect a random number generator that most people couldn't even visualize what the inside of that looked like. If you think of, say, the woman who comes out...
But there it goes. So how do you explain that? The models are obviously incomplete.
Right. There you go. Well, let's talk just about a few of I really want to talk about the interconnectedness and the collective consciousness. I'm going to get to that. But there are so many studies that you and Dean Radin and others at IONS have been performing that really are mind-blowing. We talked about the mind-blowing nature of life, death, and consciousness here at this Unity Spiritual Life Center. But let's talk about a couple, some of your favorite. I mean, I could go into some of the RNGs or some of the precognitive. What are some of the more favorite ones that demonstrate the fruits of this one mind that we talk about?
There's so many to choose from. I'll start with one that I really love. It's called, it's a protocol called the Distant Mental Intention of Living Systems. So imagine that, or DMILS for short. Imagine that you and your friend, you're really close, you decide to participate in this study. You go to the laboratory and you sit in a room in front of a closed caption TV monitor. Your friend goes across the building into a different room. Both of you are hooked up to electrodes that collect your brain waves, your heart waves, what's happening with your skin, etc. And then you are instructed to, every time you see your friend's face on the monitor, to send them positive intentions. And when their picture goes away, you stop. And you repeat that cycle over and over again. So then we gather all of the physiological data from both of you and look at how that shifts from when you're sending intention to when you're not. And there is a dramatic difference. And your your friend's physiology changes when you're sending compared to when you're not. Even
At
though
that exact moment.
at that exact moment, even though they're separated, different part of the building, electromagnetically shielded chambers, et cetera, et cetera. To me, that is absolutely incredible. And that's been repeated in multiple labs all over the world. The body is an amazing, amazing vehicle.
Truly it is. And the random number generators work that you folks have done, and I think some in conjunction with the Global Consciousness Project. I mean, we've talked about it here, and I think you folks know the story, but very briefly, the random number generators. Actually, Helena, why don't you please tell folks what the random number generators are? You can tell them better than I can, and why it's so important, and how we've conducted experiments around the world. Then we'll get to 9/11. But go ahead.
So they're random number generators. Let's call it a target. It is a target that has been used for decades of our intention, our mental intention being directed against this target. Parapsychology researchers have been trying different targets over the years. And this idea of having random probabilistic systems as a target increased a few decades ago. And so these random number generators are essentially electronic devices that generate, just to put it simply, zeros and ones in equal amount. So 50-50, zeros and ones, and it happens totally randomly. And for the most part, there's nothing that can make those deviate. So after you look at this whole length of data, there should always be an equal number of zeros and ones. Now, there have been numerous studies. For the most part, we're just going about living our lives. And the global consciousness devices collected data for over 20 years and found very statistically significant effects when they looked at 500 different events. And there's so many lessons in that project that I think are quite fascinating.
These are generally galvanizing events like 9/11, like the death of Princess Diana, et cetera. So, rather than going into all the minute details of that, it really starts to demonstrate just how powerful our intention is. So we're talking about prayer for other people, or setting our intention before this course, asking you folks to set your intention as well. How valuable that is, and now how valuable that is in relationship to scientific proof.
Absolutely. I mean, we see over and over again that intention matters. One lesson from the Global Consciousness Project that I thought is quite fascinating is that the data was significant, whether it was a positive event or whether it was a negative event. So that polarity didn't really matter. It was this kind of emotional charge. But in other studies, we see how intention matters. Intending that chocolate makes you feel better, or tea makes you feel better, or intention on cells in vitro, or plants, or people, or animal models for healing, for learning. And learning, actually, there have been studies where people direct their intention to students, and those students do better on tests. So there's many studies that are showing these significant effects. Now, those effects are small. So they're in the 0.15 to 0.25 range, which is kind of on the smaller end. A behavioral intervention might be about 0.25, 0.3. So some people say, oh, well, they just write it off. And they say, well, the effect is so small. But we keep seeing it over and over and over again in many different labs around the world consistently. And we get to pool that data and see the strength of that evidence.
So here's the $64,000 question, Dr. Wabe, although that's not much money these days, right? Back in the 50s. But here it is. I mean, all of these things are titillating, they're interesting, they're fascinating. When we did the One Mind series last fall, it was like, wow, the universe is a lot broader. We're more interconnected than ever. What real effect does it have on our lives on a day-to-day basis, especially since we're living in a time with what some people call existential crises? We got some problems in our country. There's concern about our republic. Sometimes we like to relegate our spirituality to one silo and our real life to another. And yet we're talking about the collective consciousness and interconnectivity, which is one of your specialties. So give us some insights and maybe some hopes for the times that we're living in right now.
Absolutely. So channeling, like I mentioned, I feel is a capacity of all humans, and it allows us to tap into our intuitive, noetic wisdom to really help us discern the next best steps for us in our own individual lives. There have been numerous studies showing that channeling is good for you, that people have increased meaning, increased quality of life, and receive benefits from.
What did your professional career to looking at these questions, Stuart? And it's been a pleasure sharing these 6 conversations with you. I've been doing these interviews for a long time, and this is the first time that I've actually done a 6-part series with someone, and you're the appropriate person for it because of the range of your thinking. I don't know of anyone else who has been able to talk about biomolecular computing and nanotechnology and quantum physics and the deep structure of the neuron and integrate all of that with spiritual ideas.
Well, thank you, and I'm honored that I'm the one who got this gig for six shows, and I might just close by saying that there are practical applications of this. For example, if the microtubules in the brain have megahertz resonances, which they do, then stimulating them with megahertz should alter mental states and perhaps even treat mental disorders. And in fact, ultrasound, which is mechanical vibrations in the megahertz, is something that we use clinically in anesthesiology for imaging, and has been around for many, many years. And we've shown in the last 5 years, 3 or 4 years, I should say, that transcranial ultrasound, putting ultrasound into the brain, it does get through the skull, bounces off the brain, comes back out, is painless, safe, and improves mental state, mood. So 30 seconds of ultrasound actually gives about an hour of improved mood. And we're starting studies now for depression, but also Alzheimer's, because in Alzheimer's, the microtubules fall apart. And because of the resonance effect, it looks like ultrasound stabilizes microtubules and prevents their depolymerization, and also brain injury, where you want the microtubules to be active and create new synapses. So I'm very pleased that hopefully at least this somewhat esoteric intellectual pursuit will lead to something clinically useful in ultrasound for mental and cognitive disorders, including Alzheimer's.
So in other words, your theory has practical applications. You've been able to stimulate a lot of other researchers. Your theory has what we would call heuristic value in science because it generates research ideas, but now you're talking about pragmatic applications.
Yeah, clinically useful applications, and I'm all for that. I've enjoyed the intellectual pursuit. As I said, I find it the most interesting question in the world. I can't imagine anything more important, affecting all aspects of everything, including politics and world peace and contentment and so forth. And if to boot, we can improve people's lives by TUS, transcranial ultrasound, to treat Alzheimer's and brain injury and other mental and cognitive disorders, all the better.
Stuart Hameroff, thank you so much for being with me for this 6-part series on consciousness in the brain.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you for being with us. to looking at these questions, Stuart, and it's been a pleasure sharing these 6 conversations with you. I've been doing these interviews for a long time, and this is the first time that I've actually done a 6-part series with someone, and you're the appropriate person for it because of the range of your thinking. I don't know of anyone else who has been able to talk about biomolecular computing and nanotechnology and quantum physics and the deep structure of the neuron and integrate all of that with spiritual ideas.
Well, thank you, and I'm honored that I'm the one who got this gig for six shows, and I might just close by saying that there are practical applications of this. For example, if the microtubules in the brain have megahertz resonances, which they do, then stimulating them with megahertz should alter mental states and perhaps even treat mental disorders. And in fact, ultrasound, which is mechanical vibrations in the megahertz, is something that we use clinically in anesthesiology for imaging, and it's been around for many, many years. And we've shown in the last 5 years, 3 or 4 years, I should say, that transcranial ultrasound, putting ultrasound into the brain, it does get through the skull, bounces off the brain, comes back out, is painless, safe, and improves mental state, mood. So 30 seconds of ultrasound actually gives about an hour of improved mood. And we're starting studies now for depression, but also Alzheimer's, because in Alzheimer's the microtubules fall apart. And because of the resonance effect, it looks like ultrasound stabilizes microtubules and prevents their depolymerization, and also brain injury, where you want the microtubules to be active and create new synapses. So I'm very pleased that hopefully at least this somewhat esoteric intellectual pursuit will lead to something clinically useful in ultrasound for mental and cognitive disorders, including Alzheimer's.
So in other words, your theory has practical applications. You've been able to stimulate a lot of other researchers. Your theory has what we would call heuristic value in science because it generates research ideas, but now you're talking about pragmatic applications.
Yeah, clinically useful applications, and I'm all for that. I've enjoyed the intellectual pursuit. As I said, I find it the most interesting question in the world. I can't imagine anything more important, affecting all aspects of everything, including politics and world peace and contentment and so forth. And if to boot we can improve people's lives by TUS, transcranial ultrasound, to treat Alzheimer's and brain injury and other mental and cognitive disorders, all the better.
Stuart Hameroff, thank you so much for being with me for this 6-part series on consciousness in the brain.
Thanks for having me.
And thank you for being with us. Not conscious, not sentient like we are, but more powerful than the largest supercomputers on Earth, perhaps trillions of times more powerful than the largest computers on Earth. And what if they are indeed conscious entities? What if, in fact, the entire universe is conscious? This, of course, is an ancient idea. And it is an idea to which Robert Temple subscribes, and it is an idea to which I subscribe. The entire universe is conscious. And Temple makes a point of showing us maps that have been created rather recently in the field of cosmology, looking at the large-scale structure of the universe and he compares it to maps looking at the microscopic structure of the human brain, where you see these neurons with the nucleus of the neuron and axons and dendrites reaching out from the nucleus and connecting with thousands of other neurons to create our brain. And Robert Temple points out, like many other people have also done, that these structures are remarkably similar. And so he speculates, could it be that the whole universe functions like a giant brain? And get this, the plasma entities that fill the universe and stretch out for light years contain filaments. That's what they're called, little threads of plasma. You see, there's an enormous structure inside of these plasmoid bodies. They organize themselves, and Robert Temple claims that if a human being were made out of plasma, and actually he suggests that we are, but he says the plasma human is even more complex than the flesh and blood human. He maintains that we are really plasma beings inhabiting an atomic body made of atoms and molecules, but the real control is at the plasma level, and that when we die, our plasma body separates out the parts from the physical body and perhaps we'll jump into a new one, because, of course, Robert Temple is an advocate of reincarnation. But here's where it gets really juicy. I first learned about Robert Temple's work back in the mid-1970s when I was still a graduate student at Berkeley, and I was still very much under the influence of a man who I regard as my mentor in those years, Arthur M. Young, who founded the Institute for the Study of Consciousness, who invented the Bell helicopter, who wrote The Reflexive Universe and the Geometry of Meaning, an amazing cosmologist and profound thinker. Arthur Young, back in the 1970s, told me I should be paying attention to this fellow Robert Temple, who had written a new book which was then very popular called The Serious Mystery. He called attention to the fact that the Dogon people of Africa believed that they had descended from the star Sirius. And Temple's book was all about mythology concerning the star Sirius and the possibility that perhaps some humans on this planet actually came from a civilization associated with the star Sirius. Let me say a bit more about Robert Temple as well. The man got his doctoral degree in Sanskrit studies. He also co-authored
religion. To the way religion had of making sense of nature. So it reacted to that, and it has it built into its DNA, to go away from the idea that there is a mind underlying nature, and instead thinking of nature as a mechanism. I think, as a reaction to the status quo back in the 17th century, this was legitimate, because when things are so extreme, you need to counter that by playing on the other extreme. But the pendulum has now swung all the way to the other side. And at the end of the day, experiment is the final criterion for truth in physics. And what the experiments are telling us defy the autonomous objective existence of physicality. And then some people prefer to think of nature as a mushrooming infinity of parallel universes for which there is not a smidgen of empirical evidence. They prefer that than to think that a ontological category we know to exist, mentality, because we have it, to think of this category as existing beyond the boundaries of living beings in the form of a still very naturalistic but transpersonal mental context surrounding us. For some reason, although these two hypotheses are hardly comparable in plausibility, to think of infinities being created at every infinitesimal moment of time, infinities of new multiverses, new universes, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, imagining a transpersonal mind, they think the infinity of of universes is more plausible. And that's, if anything, is a cultural artifact. That is one right there.
Well, you referred to a series of experiments that are attempting to kind of pin this down. And I remember John Clauser at Berkeley did some of the very earliest tests of Bell's theorem in the 1970s. Used to hang out with him in those days. But these tests are continuing, and I'm under the impression that there are still physicists who believe we could use we'll find a way to use Bell's inequality to actually transmit signals faster than the speed of light. They haven't given up on that.
That is a theoretical impossibility. There is a theorem in quantum information theory, the no communication theorem, which shows without any shadow of a doubt, theoretically, and the theory has been confirmed in many other different ways, that you cannot use quantum entanglement to transfer information. You only know that the measurements made in different points of the universe correlate once an observer brings them together. But they cannot be used to transmit information faster than the speed of light. It is not possible.
Since I know you have a book that will be coming out next year on the metaphysics of Carl Jung, who wrote extensively about synchronicity. Let me bounce this off of you. I did speak with a physicist and parapsychologist from Germany, Walter von Lukadu, who maintains that this quantum entanglement actually is quite compatible with Jungian synchronicity.
I agree. It is. But that does not mean that you can transmit information faster than the speed of light. And the reason is, look, if Bob is doing a measurement on one side of the universe, and Alice is doing a measurement on the other side of the universe, and the measurements are entangled, you could suspect, you could at least think that.
And I slept in that place just as though I were there, not in the army. I fell asleep in that state, having done all the normal things that would make me feel this arrangement is perfect. I rearranged the structure of my mind. Instead of seeing 25 men around me sleeping upstairs and knowing that 25 are down below in the next area, I slept in my own bed, with my wife in her bed and my little girl in her crib in the corner. I felt everything in that place just as though it's taking place. And I rearranged the structure of my mind and fell sound asleep in that state. At 4 o'clock in the morning, here comes a sheet of paper before my eyes, and a hand from here down with a pen in its hand, and the pen scratched out the word disapprove, and it wrote in a bold script, approved. And then I heard the word, that which I have done, do nothing. And then I woke. It was too early to disturb the 25 other fellows sleeping there. But I waited until the very first moment that I could leave that room. I went down to the latrine and shaved and bathed early, and came up filled with the glow that the whole thing was done. I walked in that assumption for the next 9 days. 9 days later, the same colonel that disapproved my request called me in. He said, close the door, Goddard. So I closed the door. He said, take a seat. Well, he never asked me to take a seat in his presence before. I was a private. You always stood in his presence. He said, take a seat. And then he gave me all the reasons in the world why I should still be in the army. He said, you still want to get out? I said, yes, sir. Give me another reason. You still want to get out? I said, yes, sir. Another one. When he exhausted all the reasons why I should be in the army, and I'm still saying, yes, sir, he said, all right, bring me another application, have your captain sign it, which I did. That day I was honorably discharged and out of the army. I didn't run away. I was honorably discharged. When vision breaks forth into speech, the presence of deity is there. And who can oppose God? He says, that which I have done, do nothing. So he thought he initiated the urge to let me go free. I looked into the perfect law, the law of liberty, and I persevered in that law. And he played his part, for I rearranged the structure of my mind. I was convinced I wanted out, and I didn't ask anyone's permission. I did not discuss it with one as to why I should want out when 17 million men are being drafted, plus numberless girls, to make a tremendous effort against this monstrous thing that was in Europe. I still wanted out. I did not take anyone into my confidence as to why I wanted out. I had my 13 weeks basic training, and then when I came out, they gave me my citizenship papers and became, I could have been, back in 1922, I could have been an American, but I just didn't have the time or the urge to get around to it. To 3 years, because he couldn't let go and put himself where he wanted to be. So I am telling you how it's done. I am telling you how it's done from my own experience. That my perceptions are not necessarily bounded by organs of perception. I perceive more than saints, no matter how acute they are, could discover. My senses couldn't discover what I am seeing. Only in my imagination could it be done. I'm seeing the Holly Apartments. I am seeing 6th Avenue. I am seeing Union Square. I am seeing the bed, my wife, my child. I hadn't seen them in 3 months, but they're all there. I didn't bring sex into it. No, I didn't go to bed with her. There she was, the girl I loved. She was in her own bed, and I in my own bed. We have twin beds. And my little girl was then just over a year. She was born, not quite a year. She was born in June of 1942, and this was not yet June of 1943. So she was not yet a year old. Here's my sweet little child, Vicky, in her bed. And I walked through the entire thing and touched all the objects and felt them so normal and so natural. Came back to my bed and slept in it. If anyone were sensitive in that room, they would have seen me sleeping there. I was so natural to myself that they would have seen me actually sleeping there. And then the next day, he had a change of mind, but he couldn't act upon it. He was resisting that change. But that which I have done, do nothing. So he resisted it for 9 days, and then he called me in and told me to bring a new application, which I did, and that day I was out. So I tell you how it works. This is the most practical law in the world. He looks into the perfect law, the law of liberty. Well, doesn't that liberate you? If you look into the law of liberty, then what are you now? The man, the woman you really want to be? Well, then you're in prison, though you're not behind bars. You are in prison by your present concept. You're not behind bars. You're going to go home tonight and sleep as the woman, as the man you really don't want to be. So you are in prison. Now look into the perfect law, the law of liberty, and persevere. Do not only be a hearer of what to do it. And you will be blessed in the doing. That's what Scripture teaches. Go home and read it. I am not misquoting. I am quoting accurately from the Epistle of James in the New Testament. And this is the story that I'm trying to tell everyone in the world. He said, I am not in prison. No, you're not in prison. Not physically. But you are in prison. You may today need money. And you say, oh, I'm still not like the fellows who are behind in Sing Sing. All right, you're not behind jail doors, but you are still behind. Behind in rent, behind in this, and the dunning notes from all the places where you charge, you are behind bars. You can't seem to find the necessary sum to pay them. All right, look into the perfect law of liberty. That's the perfect law. Well, how do I do it? Rearrange the structure of your mind. The demagnetized piece of steel does not differ in substance from the magnetized, only the arrangement of its molecules.
At the time. And then I said, well, when will I find out about this again, where I came from? And it told me, at first it said, when you're turned 14. And then the window closed down. And so for years, I would go around dropping the name Eklund to friends here and there, just to see if anybody recognized it. But no, of course not. Nobody knew what the word meant. Didn't trigger anything, so I wasn't going to say anything about it. But then, when I turned 14, I had, by that time, realized that religion was not going to work for me. I realized at that time, I didn't even have a reason to believe in God. I didn't think that meant God didn't exist, but I didn't have a reason to think that God existed. And so I, remember even right now the experience of standing out in the backyard and basically looking up in the night sky at the stars and thinking, I don't believe in God, and I had to say that. So I said it out loud, wondering if I would be, struck down or something would happen. But I felt relieved. I felt a release, a sense of freedom. And that's when I realized I was 14. And I thought, well, I don't know. I didn't get the answer I was supposed to. So I wondered. I said, this isn't right. I was supposed to know. So I went and tried to open that window to that dream state again. And remarkably, the dream came back to me. The state of consciousness came back to me again. And I asked, so what is this? Is this supposed to be it? It says, no, you'll be ready when you're 19. And, so that experience, I'm thinking, oh, right, yeah, this will keep getting pushed off, every 5 years or something. So it was a little wild of an experience, and I forgot about it. By the time I turned 19, I had forgotten about it until Dave told me it was my birthday. It was like, whoa.
Well, I think it's worth pointing out you were raised in the Catholic Church, and for a while you were rather devout. You were an altar boy.
Yeah, it was. I wouldn't say I was devout, but I was really curious about the religious experience. There was something about the church and the symbols in the church, and something about it. And I don't really know what got into my head about it, but I decided I wanted to become an altar boy one day. My parents were shocked. They didn't expect it at all. I used to get on my bike and ride down 5:30 in the morning to make the 6 o'clock mass so I could do it before going to school. And it was a different world going in there, and it brought up different ideas. So it got me thinking along a religious line. But I wouldn't say I was devout, but there was something about it that intrigued me.
And now that you mention it, I do recall that the altar boys would sometimes make funny faces at each other, try to get each other to giggle during the Mass.
The Mass was so serious, and that was the thing. We would sit there on the sides and try to get the other ones to laugh. It was just because it didn't feel like it should be that serious, even though that was obviously the ceremony. It was a serious ceremony.
Well, and I gather that when you had that experience of saying to yourself, I don't believe in God, saying it out loud, I'll wait till I have proof, you had already, even at that young age,
could tell me more about it. And I had an inner experience about this. It's not in my book, but in this inner experience, a being came to me who I immediately thought must be some kind of a very wise master of some kind. And he says, you wanted to know. And he says, so I'm the one that you were asking about. I can tell you. And when I asked him about my experience that I happened there and the science, he said, yes, he says, you will find it. And you'll remember it. And so I asked him who he was. He didn't want to tell me his name. And so he did tell me a name, but it was not, it was some kind of a joke or something like this. But he says, you'll know me, he says, because I've written these books. And he told me the name of 2 books that he wrote. And so then after that dream experience, I woke up, I wrote down the names of the books, and I went looking in the library. This was before the internet. So I had to go through card catalogs and looking through different libraries, and I could never find the books anywhere. Well, it was later on that I realized, when I was discovering, getting back into science again, I remembered the name. One of the books, he said, was Lenses of Perception. And I thought, oh, that would be a perfect name for the book I'm thinking of writing. And that was what now looking back, I have to say, that was probably me, myself, meeting myself. And which is why I had that person had such a laugh when I asked what his name was. He laughed at me.
Now you've raised a very interesting point, because throughout your book, you describe many stories of inner journeys where you encounter other beings, wise teachers. And the question always arises, because the great mystics tell us we are one with everything in the universe, to what extent are these wise teachers part of our own soul, so to speak, our own psyche, and to what extent are they really external?
Having had quite a few of these experiences, I have to say that there is some truth to that, but in many of these cases, they were definitely other beings with a awareness and a wisdom that was not my own. It was something beyond my understanding at the time. But there is always this, you cannot understand the wisdom of another unless you also, to some extent, understand it within yourself. So there is always some truth that we're seeing, what we see in somebody else. We often meet somebody, we say, I look up to that person. But if we're looking up to something in them, it's already something we recognize. We just don't recognize it in ourselves yet. But it is there, So there's some truth to that.
So after you left the tent and the woods at the age of 19, I guess it was about then that, or maybe a year later, you went off to Las Vegas, and with $35 in your pocket to encounter the movement founded by Paul Twitchell, known as Eckankar.
Yes. It was a few months after my birthday, that when I turned 19, that I headed out to Las Vegas.
Hey Dean, good to see you again, my friend. How's things? How's life been for you? It's been a while.
It's been a while. Yes, I've been very busy, but good busy.
Yeah. Do tell.
Well, besides research, so I'm still pursuing the idea that consciousness plays a role in the physical world using optical interferometers. So behind the screen here, I have one of my new interferometers, and it will soon be available on a website called noeticadventure.org. And that will be an entryway into actually doing the experiment online. And so I call it Noetic Adventure because it looks like a game, like an adventure game. But it actually is connected back into the interferometer.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so the way that it works is that you go into this enchanted forest or cave, and there's several places you can go, and you see a candle flame, and your task is to mentally cause that candle flame to become very, very dim. And the dimmer you can make it go, the more a secret word, which initially looks sort of like a cloud, will become sharper and sharper. And so you want to sustain that for 30 seconds. Like make the candle go down.
Feedback thing as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're getting real-time feedback. So you make the candle flame go down just by willing it, and then the secret word becomes more visible. And at the end of 30 seconds, it says, okay, what's the secret word? and you have 4 possibilities, and you have to select which one it is, and then you can rest for a little bit, and then it does it again. So there's a total of 10 minutes. It's only 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. I want to have a go. Not now.
Yeah,
Not now.
yeah, no, it's almost ready to go. It needs a few more tweaks, but yeah, it's almost ready to launch.
Wonderful stuff, man.
So the reason why I did this is because it's a lot easier, especially online, to do something that feels like a game
Yeah.
than try to explain. And we're talking about collapse of the wave function, quantum mechanics, blah blah blah. This is when you are paying very close attention to the candle flame. What it's connected to is in the interferometer. That if you can closely watch a spot of light, which is in the interferometer, but cause the wave functions that are creating that spot of light to collapse, then the spot of light goes away. So pay very close attention to the candle flame. The closer you pay attention to it, the more the waves are being collapsed in the quantum sense, and the spot of light goes away, just like the candle would go away. And so the secret word is there, so I have a way of telling whether you're paying attention.
Yeah.
Because if it gets to the end of the 30-second period and you weren't paying attention, or you're multitasking or something, you won't know what the word is. So you'll guess, or maybe you're not paying attention at all, and it'll just keep going on to the next episode. And so I can tell during a 10-minute test session, are people really paying attention to this task or not?
Wow.
So in the laboratory, we can tell if they're paying attention. Online, who knows? It could be a cat playing on the screen. You can't tell anything. This is just a way of getting a little bit extra information about whether they're paying attention or not.
Plus, the player is gaining skills, focus skills and attention skills, which is sorely missing in this world today. You're not talking about magic tricks and things.
Not magic tricks.
Yeah.
No. Magic tricks are fun. But they're simulations.
Absolutely.
Of the real stuff. Yeah, so the real magic, from a magician's point of view, there's something like 6 or 7 different factors that make a difference as to whether it works. And the important part is that those same factors have been studied in laboratory studies for psychic phenomena, and there's a strong overlap.
Yeah.
So it's a confirmation that the magical lore matches what we see in a controlled experiment. So then the 4th part of the book is in reaction to comments I got, like, how do I do it? Like, I want to do it now.
Yeah.
What do I do?
The first comment you will always get. Yeah.
Yeah. So among other things, I want to say, well, go to GM Wolf. He can tell you. He's a teacher. He knows how to do this stuff. I don't know how to do it. I'm not a teacher on this stuff. So I will continue to do that unless you tell me to stop.
I think you're being a little bit humble there, Dean. I think you do know how to do some things. Anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah. Well, even though I can do certain things, I don't want to teach other people, right?
No, I understand.
It takes a certain type of person to be somewhere between a teacher and a therapist.
Yeah.
And I get people having complaints all the time that they want to stop it, they want to, prevent it, whatever. That requires a therapist.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do with those people. So anyway, so I provide half a dozen different traditional methods like word magic and sigils and knot magic. Where did I put my knot? I have a knot somewhere I made, which is a very nice knot. I can't find it at the moment. But anyway, what I like to use is use a piece of twine or a piece of yarn even. And I like it because it's kinesthetic.
The 9 knots. Is that the one you're talking about?
Knots, K-N-O-T knots.
Yeah, and you...
Yeah. Yeah, so you have an intention and you kind of pull it, you capture it in the knot itself.
Very Wiccan, actually. That's a Wiccan thing.
Yes. And so I provide a half a dozen different methods because people resonate with different approaches. I like it because I otherwise it's like all mental.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You have to have. It's like we were talking about the UFO stuff, transmedium stuff. It's the same thing with You need to bring your intent into the physical world somehow. And by tying the knots, you are bringing your intent into the world, into a physical. For instance, everyone has intention. You have an intention before you think. Your thoughts will basically put a picture around an invisible intention. So now you've gone from the spiritual, which is the intent, comes into the physical, which is your brain. You can now see your intent, but now you've still got to bring that into the world outside of the body. And that's where the rituals, that's where the knots, that's where the tyings, that's where all of these things come from. I do apologize because I just butted in. I'm very excited about what you're doing with this book. So
okay,
I'll
so I have a
back
question
off
for you.
now.
No. Your questions are important because it helps clarify. So I actually would like to hear your opinion about this. So I go through all of these different methods. I explain that people resonate with them in different ways. But then I say, none of that is necessary. All of these methods are.
You have to have, it's like we were talking about the UFO stuff, transmedium stuff. It's the same thing with, you need to bring your intent into the physical world somehow. And by tying the knots, you are bringing your intent into the world, into a physical. For instance, everyone has intention. You have an intention before you think. Your thoughts will basically put a picture around an invisible intention. So now you've gone from the spiritual, which is the intent, comes into the physical, which is your brain. You can now see your intent, but now you've still got to bring that into the world outside of the body. And that's where the rituals, that's where the knots, that's where the tyings, that's where all of these things come from. I do apologize because I just butted in. I'm very excited about what you're doing with this book. So
Okay,
so
I have
I'll
a
back
question
off
for you.
now.
No. Your questions are important because it helps clarify. So I actually would like to hear your opinion about this. So I go through all of these different methods. I explain that people resonate with them in different ways. But then I say, none of that is necessary. All of these methods are essentially a crutch to get you to the point where you begin to recognize internally what is necessary to make it happen. And so for an advanced magician, it not only doesn't take much time, it doesn't take anything that somebody looking you from the outside would say, well, they're doing magic. No, you could be anywhere, anytime, and you could be doing it as effectively or more effectively than going through all the rituals.
Yes. Beautifully said, my friend. I teach this stuff and you saying it better than I do. Your book is going to be a beauty, I can tell you now. But yes, sorry. What was the opinion you wanted?
Well, if what I just said was true.
Yes, it
that
is. It is true.
Yeah,
It's
you
what
don't
you aim
need.
for.
Yeah.
As a magician, you learn how to bring these things into the world. You learn how to bend matter in conformity to your own will. And eventually, as you say, you get to a point. It's like driving a motor car. When you first get into a motor car, you're looking at the clutch, you're looking at the accelerator, you're thinking about what you have to do next, you're checking all of your mirrors. You go through all of this stuff. After you've driven for a year, probably less, you know yourself. You can drive 100 miles and not even remember driving because you've been talking to your friend the whole way. You've just gotten to the point of efficiency where you don't need the ritual, you don't need the tools anymore. It's just a matter of knowing it, and it will do. This is where words stop. You let the intent come through, you bypass the brain completely. So it comes straight from intention into the outside world, and the outside world will respond immediately, and that will be your magical effect.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that made any sense because I don't listen to myself when I'm talking. I just go into this thing. But you are absolutely correct in what you said, and that's how it works. So a magician, in the real sense, aims towards being the mystic. The magician knows all the tools, knows all the tricks, and I don't mean tricks as in magic tricks.
Yeah.
Knows all the ways of getting these things to happen, and but eventually would like to be able to drop the tools, drop all of that, and just do it straight from intent. And at that point, you've reached quite a height People do it every single day of their lives, but because they're not aware of that level of consciousness that's going on in them, because you're not.
The universal mind, and he did automatic writing and wrote a book in this channeled state. He was actually studied with some of the work done at John F. Kennedy University here on psychokinesis, and participated in some of those studies as well.
How interesting. I used to teach there.
Okay, yeah, back in the 80s there was a PK program, and he was one of the participants in that.
Yeah, I wasn't part of that program. As I recall, it was run by Julian Isaacs.
Yes.
But this was your uncle who was part of that program?
Yeah.
How interesting. Well, I might have rubbed shoulders with him at some point.
Yes, I've actually...
So
go ahead.
Well, I presume that from what you're saying that you yourself haven't done trance channeling.
So that's why I was bringing in ions. So, of course, when I came to ions, I had the opportunity to build on the work that IONS has already done to build this channeling research program. So we have this formal research program where we're asking, 6 questions about channeling and doing a variety of experiments on channeling. Through that, I ran into a couple protocols using hypnosis to learn how to trans-channel. Patricio Trisoldi, who you probably know in Italy, has been piloting this, and we did our own pilot here at IONS. There's also another group called Deer International in Oman who does a similar method. So I was fascinated. Could I actually do the trans channeling, considering that's been in my family and I've witnessed it and I'm also studying it? So I went through this procedure myself and am now able to trans channel. And so I learned that about, 6 to 8 months ago, and can actually do it myself now, which is fascinating.
And it's a relatively new experience for you to do it at that level.
It is, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How exciting, Alane. That's very exciting.
Yes.
I can imagine you are probably have in your own mind like 100 questions about where can I take this now?
Yes, absolutely. And, I think that was a little bit of my hesitation and trepidation, because I have the scientist mind that won't be quiet. It's like, oh, what about this? And what about that? And we need to ask this. And there is a level of sort of surrender or stepping out of the way, like with many, transcendent practices, to be able to quiet that part of ourselves. So yes, it does open up a whole new level of inquiry. One piece that it's opened up quite a bit for me is this concept around who actually can channel and in what way. And, I had the hypothesis, if you will, that there was some genetic component to the type of channeling you could do, and that perhaps the trans channeling required some genetic piece, because we could see how it went through families. And, I'm seeing in these other groups that they feel that they can teach any during the process itself.
Now, I know you've done physiological studies as well, and the striking finding that you've reported is that channelers, while in trance, didn't show the sorts of physiological changes you had imagined that they would.
Yes, that was very surprising to me. And I don't know if you've witnessed trance channelers. They look quite different. Their vocalizations are different. Their manners are different. And I had imagined that we would see a shift in the EEG or the EKG or something. And there was no change. Now, why is that? We're not really sure but we have some thoughts. One is that the way we set up the study design was 5 minutes channeling, 5 minutes no channeling, and then repeating that 3 times. So the channeler was basically going in and out of a channeling state quickly. So does that quick transition sort of create more of an average state over the different conditions? That's one thought. The other thought, the channelers were quite surprised that they couldn't speak, because normally when they channel, the being comes in and they're actually talking. And we said, no, you can't talk because we need to have a clean EEG signal. And so perhaps because of that difference from their normal state, we didn't see a shift in the EEG. What's fascinating is we had a channeler channel about why we didn't see a change. And they said, well, you should have asked us before, because we would have told you that there wouldn't be a shift. Because in order for the purported discarnate being to speak through, they need to align with the channeler. And part of that is adjusting to their physiology. Now, we are going to look at different analyses. Like what we did was just the simple frequency analysis of EEG, like alpha, theta, beta, etc. So we're going to do some coherence analysis and interconnectivity analysis of the EEG as well. And we did see a shift in the voice. So we did a frequency analysis of the voice, and that was different as well.
So at some point you did ask them to speak.
Yes, we did. And so at the end of the full, 6 switches, they had an opportunity to give a message about the research or anything else that they wanted to share. And we actually, the paper that describes the qualitative analysis of those messages is under review right now.
I see. Well, you've also done quite a bit of research in meditation. You're a long-term practitioner. How would you compare meditation versus channeling?
I feel like the state that I get into during meditation is very similar to the state that I hold during channeling. It is a place for me of stillness, of expansion, of blurred boundaries, if you will. They'll work with other channelers, and then they will, as they're channeling, communicate with this other channeler who's also channeling. So there's this sort of like multi-dimensional dialogue that's happening, which is incredibly fascinating to think about.
Well, I was part of such a group at one time. Many, many years ago, I was invited by a chiropractor named Dr. Richard Girac, who lived in the Bay Area. And he pulled together a group of people, and he'd put everybody into a hypnotic state. And then he'd say something like, why don't we all go, now we'll fly together, we'll go to Marine World Africa, USA. Let's see if we can find a dolphin in the dolphin tank. And one person would say, yes, I'm at the tank now and I'm approaching a dolphin. And someone would say, yes, it's a female dolphin. And another person would say, and her name is D, or it begins with D. And another person would say, yes, and she's sad and she's all by herself and she's not cooperating with the dolphin trainers. And so a whole picture comes together that way. Much, I suppose you could say, the way a professional remote viewer will go back again and again and again to the target
A single individual could do it. But in this case, it was a group. And actually, we called after that session, we phoned Africa Marine World USA and asked them if they had a dolphin like that. And they said, oh, as a matter of fact, there's a female dolphin named Dundee who is separated from all the other dolphins and is cantankerous and won't cooperate. And in fact, the message we got in our hypnotic session was she wants us to help her escape. And But our group went out there to Africa Marine World and began doing some telepathy experiments with the dolphin trainers and with Dondi, and her health and her condition improved so much that I don't know if this is a good outcome or not, but the dolphin trainers were happy because she joined the other dolphins and became a regular part of the dolphin show that they had there. That's fantastic. I love that story. It's such a beautiful example of the synergy that can happen when people are in a group doing this work, because I think it strengthens the connection with each other, but also makes it easier for whatever information is wanting to come through. Of course, the supportive social environment, I should think, is really crucial. I'm sure it's the case for you if you go out and speak. Every parapsychologist that I know, when we speak in public, people come up and they want to share their stories because they don't feel that it's safe to share with their family or friend. Yes, absolutely. This happens all the time. I get emails after every talk, the person will come up and whisper in my ear, I had this experience and I haven't told anybody. I find it quite fascinating that there is such a taboo and fear around sharing about this, and yet it is clearly so common. There's this misconception that it's rare and unique and bizarre, and yet it's actually quite common that people have some form of channeling experiences at least once in their life, right? Getting dropped those packets of information. Yes. Mm-hmm. Although I know in Edison's case, at least with regard to the light bulb, he experimented with thousands of different types of filaments before he discovered that tungsten was the one that would work. Right. So, but he was a member of the Theosophical Society. I wouldn't be surprised if there are other inventions. In fact, now that I think about it, I once received a great deal of funding from an inventor named Buck Charlson. He invented power steering and the hydraulic motor, and he explained to me that those inventions sort of popped into his mind, fully formed. And I knew him in the 1990s, and at that time, he explained to me the hydraulic motor he invented was in the 1960s. He says it's worked so well, they haven't had to make any improvements since it was first invented. Wow, that's amazing. We get emails like that all the time from people sharing their stories about how they've come to different pieces of information that have supported them in their lives in one way or another. I just got one the other day from someone who was working on their dissertation, and I think it was in chemistry, and they couldn't figure out this one piece of it, and then all of a sudden they visualized this structure and how it was all supposed to come together, and they were able to finish their dissertation. So it's fascinating. Nikola Tesla is another inventor who it is said about him that his inventions came fully formed into his mind and they work perfectly. Right. It's amazing. Helane, it's been a real pleasure having this conversation with you. I hope we have more in the future. You're a rare person who combines the scientific spirit with the pioneering spirit of an explorer. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. It is an honor. Thank you for being with me. I look forward to many more conversations in the future. Absolutely. Thanks so much. Book 3 in the New Thinking Aloud dialogue series is UFOs and UAP. Are We Really Alone? Now available on Amazon.
New Thinking Aloud is presented by the California Institute for Human Science, a fully accredited university offering distant learning graduate degrees that focus on mind, body, and spirit. The topics that we cover here. We are particularly excited to announce new degrees emphasizing parapsychology and the paranormal. Visit their website at cihs.edu. You can now download all 8 copies of the New Thinking Aloud magazine for free, or order beautiful printed copies. Go to newthinkingaloud.org.
level than what we're talking about. But, you know, the first thing I thought of is, you know, there's this statistic that women who have been sexually abused often tend to have problems in the parts of the body that are the most intimate, right? And you'll often hear this, and this is not to say that every woman with endometriosis or, you know, who has ovarian cancer, God forbid, you know, that we can necessarily say this is what happened to it. But I wonder if you can talk about kind of the different levels of energy. Are they reflecting things that are happening with that level of integration? And people like Louise Hay, you know, who have an encyclopedia of the entire body and, you know, kind of devise meaning from, oh, if this is happening on your elbow, if this is happening on your left knee, you know, is that the kind of, you know, analysis we can start to do in a more clinical sense to say, gosh, what's blocked where?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. A resounding yes. So I was raised, my father was a pioneer in energy medicine. And so he was developing in the 70s ways to work with energy flow to get it synchronized in the whole body and harmonized in the body for this very reason that what you're speaking about. And about the time I opened my clinic, I went to school, became a doctor, and opened my clinic, about that time is when Louise Hay came out with this book. My father had developed a system of recognizing that certain patterns in the body where energy had been shut down lead to different, can be traced back to certain emotional states that were not resolved. And they were suppressed into the tissues because that energy has to go somewhere. And if we don't express it or we don't metabolize it and really kind of burn it up, it becomes nothing. If neither of those happen, it gets suppressed. And when that energy is suppressed, what happens is there is a vibrational frequency association with a body part that goes with that, because the body is just continuing to compress and compress all the way into physical form. Every part of every system of the body is based upon a certain vibratory frequency. So like we were saying earlier, the immune system, well, we were talking about bones versus emotions, but the immune system is operating at a certain frequency. The regulatory systems are vibrating at a certain frequency. The cardiovascular system, the nervous system, the skeletal system, etc. They're all different vibrations. So the organs and glands are vibrating at different frequencies. Body parts and where they're located on the body has to do with the chakra system and everything, that the levels of consciousness. So if those levels of consciousness are in turbulence, you bet there's an area of the body that is shutting down. So this can absolutely be correlated. So when Louise Hay came out with her book, I'm using my father's technique called bioenergetic synchronization, and we are using patterns in the body, working backwards and figuring out where these disturbances came from that shut this individual down. So we could see a pattern and then look up on a chart and it would say abandonment, or we'd look up on a chart and it would say frustration, or we'd look up, you know, on this chart that he correlated. So I started reading in her book, and it was correlating so perfectly with what my father was developing. I checked it with every client, which I was seeing, you know, 50 or 60 people a day at my busiest time in the clinic. But so I had a lot of time, a lot of subjects, if you will, in an experiment to correlate data. And as I was doing that, it was such a correlation. I realized that these practitioners, which were a collection of people that were gathering the information for Louise to publish in this book, were on to the same thing my father was on to, just, everyone in their individual ways working and landing upon these common grounds. And so the short answer to your comment, or further comment to your comment, take root inside this system, because we're churning the energies in a compromised way, all because of our beliefs and our story and all the stuff that's stored in our subconscious memory.
I have a very practical question. I have two very close family members who struggle with horrible migraines. Given your experience with migraines, do you see any patterns with people who have that as an affliction?
Yes, migraines are, when we look at this, here's the pattern the energy flows in. It comes down, hits the earth, rises up and out the top of the head and around, and it comes in at the root. And so what was happening for me, which was what made me curious about the happenings for others, was that I was not rooted in myself. I was not rooted in me. I grew up with very brilliant parents, valedictorian and salutatorian of their class, graduated, married each other, had babies, and I was one of them. Okay, so my father was a brilliant scientist, inventor, and et cetera. And so one of the things that he learned very early on back in the 70s about bioenergetics, and it has proven to be true, is that the energy that's on the rise, when it gets blocked, it builds up underneath the blockage, and that's where we have our pain. So when someone has a headache, when they get headaches, it's because that energy that's coming out of the crown can't get into the rootedness, so it backs up into the head. So what was happening with me was I wasn't awake in my rootedness. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know. I was trying to be a good daughter, trying to be a good, sister, trying to be a good citizen, be a good partner, be a good doctor, on and on and on. And that's a lot of trying, and it's very exhausting, and it uproots us. It's, we never really accomplish being those things. We can act like those things and contribute, but we never get to feel our goodness when we're trying to be good. We're not actually allowing ourselves to already be that. We have to step outside of our goodness in order to try to be a good person. And so, we're just backwards, and there's reasons for that. But to answer your question, there's a rootedness, a knowingness of self that isn't fully embodied. And so this energy can't get in here. It can't vibrate its way back in. It's too high of a frequency, can't resonate here because I'm shut down in my rootedness. And so I have a dense vibration happening there. So this energy backlogs into the head, and boom, boy, does it.
In terms of all of these conversations around energy and all of the places that we can tap into and work with, how does remote healing work? I understand people laying hands and things like that, but what are you accessing if you're healing someone remotely?
Yeah, beautiful. So I just taught a course last weekend on remote healing with people around the world plugging in, and the experiences that we have when we start working with this are just undeniable. It's just so beautiful. So when you think about the unified field, it is the backdrop that is so refined, the energy is so fine that it's the backdrop of everything. Okay, it's everything exists. There is a frequency in you that's identical to the frequency in me. The higher and higher vibrations that we start to work with. Here's something that might be helpful. Okay, here we are physically, and then this is purple line is where chakras exist, and then this one is the blue one is the emotional feeling body. And this is our mental body. And this is spiritual, different layers of our spiritual body. Chakra 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 represented here, 12 being the highest vibration. This one goes on forever. Okay, that's the sheet.
This marvelous experience he had as a marvelous remote viewer.
Yeah.
And he was not he was not science trained, had a very high IQ, and he would spend 12 to 14 hours a day at the library at Stanford reading about all the operant conditioning and technical things. The problem came with, he wanted to give this intermediate feedback, and that was a disaster. And that was instilled somehow in some of the early trainees of the Army.
Well, I know that some of the hypnotic training for ESP, some of Milan Riesel's early work in hypnosis involved something similar, and the idea was to help build up people's confidence.
Sure. And I think it's important. I forget, who was it, Bachelor that did the fake table laying?
Yeah.
And, to build the confidence. I think that's really important. I don't mind that.
It's an old shamanistic trick.
Yeah, and it works fine. But sometimes you stop it and get on to the real science.
Right.
And for some reason, Ingo never made it that far. There were some jewels of wisdom in Ingo's training. And based on what I like to think of as a word association test in psychology, you're faking it. I'm your therapist, and you're trying to tell me what you think I want you to say, right?
Yeah.
So in a word association test, I try to get you, I say big, and you say some word without thinking about it. I get a little insight into what's going on in your head. And that was brilliant on Ingo's part, that he gives a stimulus like the geographical coordinates, or we currently use the word target, and I want to know the first thing that pops into your mind, don't think about it.
Yeah.
So in a training session or in an actual remote viewing session, I'll say, okay, Jeffrey, target, give me the response. And I see you going, I say, break, no more, I don't want to hear what you're pondering, because you can't reach the answer by logical inference. And that's kind of what you're doing when you hesitate. And that was brilliant on Ingo's part.
Well, I recall speaking just a week ago to Joe McMonigal about training, and I know you and Joe share many of these same viewpoints, and he suggested that where training is really useful is to help people unlearn the habits that we have that block our functioning.
Exactly, and I completely agree. If I were saying if someone wanted to be trained a remote viewer, I'm not a shill for his books, but I would recommend buying Remote Viewing Secrets. And the most thing that he writes about in that are things that you shouldn't do. It's to unlearn things, and a few tips. Let's take an example. Suppose you were born on Mars and never, ever, ever heard of a racket game, how to play tennis or squash or any of that stuff. And I bring you down to Earth, and I have a net and a racquetball and a ball, a tennis ball and a tennis racket. And I say, your job, oh Mr. Martian, is to use this funny looking thing to get the round thing on the other side of the fence. You've never heard of a racket. And so you think, oh, well, to make sure I can grip that funny looking thing, I'll grip it at the business end, what we think of the business end, and so I can have a good hit on it. And I said, no, let me give you a tip. Switch it, grab the small end. Is that training or is that a tip? I don't know. In fact, training methodology is very difficult, and when you look at it through that perspective, and what I think Joe does in that book is to give tips rather than training, and it allows you to reach whatever native skill level you have.
Well, so much of remote viewing from people who have been through the variety of programs that seem to have been spin-offs from the military work is about protocols.
Yes.
So many different things that you first look at the overview, then you look at the particular objects, and you take another look at the objects.
Well, that came from Ingo, and we had, I think, 3
received the task from you. If I were a remote viewer or a recipient, I set my mental intention
and opens the door
on that task. And somehow mental intention in and of itself enables me in a successful remote viewing to narrow down all the possible targets that might be available to me to the particular one that is related to the task.
We think so.
Yeah. And how do you think that process works?
Well, it's more complicated in a sense because you have 2 pictures, one of which is the real answer and the other one is the control. You in principle have access to both of those. And that's still a mystery. I don't know how to account for that in this model as we move forward.
Okay.
We're only looking, we're lazy. We say there's only one thing in the future, and that's propagating backward in time, and we as humans have access. I'd like to understand that process. We're not going to solve all the mysteries of parapsychology in one model.
Okay, but it's fair to say then that if there is a interface between our nervous system and psi-mediated information, that interface may be receiving information from
everywhere in time and space simultaneously,
Exactly.
and the act of setting an intention
Yes.
Reduces what the mind-brain processor is willing to accept.
I think you need to write the introduction to our model for us. That's really a beautiful description of what we believe is going on.
Yeah. Well, that right there is a great, it's both a mystery and a wondrous thing that the brain can do that.
Well, I like the term, and I'm surprised I never thought of it either, as an interface. I'm a computer guy. I should know something about interfaces rather than a transducer. That is a lovely term, and if you don't mind, I'll steal it from you and not give you any credit whatsoever. Of course, I'll give you credit.
You're welcome to.
Thank you.
I'm happy to play a tiny little role in your work because I think your work is very important.
Thank you.
You've done more than almost anybody I know in the field of parapsychology to bring it into the mainstream.
Well, what we try to do is listen to as many people as we can, and we get information. And I was joking about not giving you credit for it. You'll get it. It'll be your fault.
A footnote.
Footnote. That's good because that's fantastic.
So let's go back for a moment to the other part of the model, the physics
domain
portion of it. That somehow there is an information channel.
Yes.
Coming from actual or probable future events.
That's what we think, yes.
Now,
how does that work, you're asking me?
Well, physicists I know are speculating about it.
Absolutely.
At this point, and the way I understand it is that at the quantum domain, the idea that events can reverse backwards and forwards in time is well accepted.
Well, that leads us to an idea called entropy, which will be another lengthy talk we'll have at one of the future times.
We will explore that in more depth, but let's cover it briefly if we can.
Okay. In physics today, oddly enough, not in parapsychology, but in physics, people are worrying about cosmology and information transfer. And right now, it looks like in the physics literature, entropy, which is a measure of chaos. You take an ice cube, all the little atoms in there all lined up in a beautiful crystal, and you put it out in the sun, it melts. What happens is the atoms get more chaotic, so that's an increase of chaos.
Portion of it, that somehow there is an information channel.
Yes.
Coming from actual or probable future events.
That's what we think, yes.
Now,
how does that work, you're asking me?
Well, physicists I know are speculating about it.
Absolutely.
At this point, and the way I understand it is that at the quantum domain, the idea that events can reverse backwards and forwards in time is well accepted.
Well, that leads us to an idea called entropy, which will be another lengthy talk we'll have at one of the future times.
We will explore that in more depth, but let's cover it briefly if we can.
Okay. In physics today, oddly enough, not in parapsychology, but in physics, people are worrying about cosmology and information transfer. And right now, it looks like in the physics literature, entropy, which is a measure of chaos. You take an ice cube, all the little atoms in there all lined up in a beautiful crystal, and you put it out in the sun, it melts. What happens is the atoms get more chaotic, so that's an increase of chaos, or entropy it's called. That's been around for 100 years, that idea. And now the cosmologists are saying, that might even be more important than gravity. They talk about an entropic force rather than gravity force. And that's instrumental in what we think, how this stuff works. Because if you have a force, you then have an energy carrier, and we need some way of getting the information from the future on an energy. Why? There's no known examples in all of physics yet where you can get information, whether you hear it or smell it or what have you, where there is not at least some way of carrying that information, assuming that you can actually use the information.
Right.
Yeah.
So the idea is that the arrow of time is related to the fact that entropy increases over time.
Yes, exactly right. Thank you. Because it then tells you, well, I'm getting a little ahead of the game here.
Yeah.
That's a teaser for the next lecture.
Yeah. Well, we will explore the nature of entropy in another conversation, but it's important at least to establish right now that a model of precognition is going to need to address that.
Absolutely, and frankly, that's the more difficult one compared to the neuroscience one. And hopefully some smart physics theorists will join us in that adventure, and it's an amazing adventure.
But let me ask you this question. The very idea of retrocausation,
Yes.
a causal chain of connection coming from the future into the present. Number one, many physicists are looking at it. There have been conferences of physicists just on that subject.
Just last week, the American Association for the Advancement of Science hosted a series of symposia in San Diego, the University of San Diego, and one of those symposium was quantum retrocausation, mainstream physics people talking about this very problem.
But at the same time, I should think there are some physicists who think that's going too far, that they're not ready to accept that.
Well, they don't. With the main part of retrocausation has nothing to do with parapsychology.
Yeah.
They're just saying, is it possible some future event can influence the present? That's the theoretical physics argument. They all agree they have no data, and we go, oh, we've got some data. It's called precognition, and their heads explode.
I see. I see. So physicists are looking at it simply in terms of the theoretical possibilities.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Well, Ed May, obviously we're touching a very deep subject,
Yes.
and we're just scratching the surface right now, but it's wonderful to scratch.
Indeed. So we hope we solve that itch one of these days.
Yeah, thank you so much for helping me to scratch that itch.
Thank you, Jeffrey. It's always to the second law, that's true, but you don't need that with regard to this increase of chaos. Now, you're talking about psychological chaos, you know, as an older person, you know, but your atoms are not necessarily, in fact, they're more chaotic in your body.
And that would be aging, I
Yes,
suppose,
of course,
to some degree. But the point I'm trying to make is that entropy can decrease, things can become more orderly if energy is pumped into a system.
Right, that's also true.
Yeah.
All right, let's take the example that physics people like to talk in beginning classes. Let's have a glass of water, and somehow magically I put a tiny drop of ink in the middle of it, and I take a video picture of what goes on. Well, we know over time the whole glass will turn slightly blue if it's blue ink.
Yeah.
And if I pulled a trick on you and showed you that video backwards, you say, for crying out loud, you're showing it to me backwards. Well, how do you know? Because that's not the way the world works at our human level. Time marches forward. It's called the arrow of time. But there's a problem here. Suppose, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, I get somebody with a very tiny little video camera, and we look down at what's actually going on. Here's a big ink molecule, and here's a big water molecule, and they go bang. But if you run the thing backwards, it goes bang. And you cannot tell what direction time is going when I show you that video. You couldn't tell me whether I was running it forward or backward. That's a fundamental law of physics. At the microscopic level, time can go in either direction. You get the same physics. But at the macroscopic level where we live, it all goes in one direction. That's
because of entropy.
Because of things are getting more and more complex. One example is if I have a book where all the pages are nice and ordered, and I rip the spine off the book and toss the pages into the air, they come settling down. They could land, in principle, the way they were all ordered in the book.
Yeah.
But the chances of that are infinitesimally small because there are lots of ways it can land where the pages are all out of order.
You use the term, things become more complex, and I don't think you mean to say that complexity is equivalent to entropy.
Well, it can be. Well, no, it's not. Complexity can be more chaotic. Things that are chaotic are very complex. So that probably was not a good word.
Okay. Things become more chaotic. Complexity, I know, is slightly different.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to that book example. If the pages are scattered down, that is a way in which we believe the relationship between the order of a book into a disordered array. That's an increase of entropy. And if I show you that movie, you know exactly which direction time is moving.
And I think it's fair to say that many of our viewers will have learned about entropy in their elementary physics courses.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah.
So let's look at what's happened in the parapsychology lab. I'm a data-driven guy. Okay. So what we found in the remote viewing research is that if you have a target that you're doing remote viewing of, not, let's leave precognition aside, and it's very chaotic, like your target is a power station where there's a lot of stuff going on, that's somehow easier to see with your psychic vision than a playing card on a desk somewhere.
Yeah.
Because that's more chaotic. Or if you really want to do spying kinds of things, use your ESP to look for radioactive material as opposed to cocaine. What's the difference there? Cocaine is just harmless little white powder sitting there not doing anything, but radioactivity is doing all kinds of stuff. It's a higher entropy. So what we found, two things. One is entropy is related to how the direction of time. Wow. And we also have independently that entropy is related to the quality of remote viewing. The more change of entropy, the better the remote viewing.
And as I understand it, even indifferent.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, let's go back to that book example. If the pages are scattered down, that is a way in which we believe the relationship between the order of a book into a disordered array. That's an increase of entropy. And if I show you that movie, you know exactly which direction time is moving.
And I think it's fair to say that many of our viewers will have learned about entropy in their elementary physics courses.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah.
So let's look at what's happened in the parapsychology lab. I'm a data-driven guy. Okay. So what we found in the remote viewing research is that if you have a target that you're doing remote viewing of, not, let's leave precognition aside, and it's very chaotic, like your target is a power station where there's a lot of stuff going on, that's somehow easier to see with your psychic vision than a playing card on a desk somewhere.
Yeah.
Because that's more chaotic. Or if you really want to do spying kinds of things, use your ESP to look for radioactive material as opposed to cocaine. What's the difference there? Cocaine is just harmless little white powder sitting there not doing anything, but radioactivity is doing all kinds of stuff. It's a higher entropy. So what we found, two things. One is entropy is related to how the direction of time. Wow. And we also have independently that entropy is related to the quality of remote viewing. The more change of entropy, the better the remote viewing.
And as I understand it, even in conventional sensory research, it's been found that entropy has something to do with normal visual perception, for example.
And in fact, what's interesting about your vision system, if you could stop your eyes, stare at a spot of the wall and stare at it, your eyes actually are doing this.
Yeah.
But if you could stop that from happening, your experience would be completely blank. You would never see anything. In fact, that's somewhat true of all of our sensory systems. They are better at sensing things that are changing, like a blinking light on a cop car is very easy to see. If it's a steady light, it's more difficult to see. And we said, well, if ESP is somewhat like the other sensory systems, there must be something that it's easier to see when that thing is changing compared to when that thing is static.
Right.
And we found it. It's entropy. Entropy, when it's changing, is easy to see, and when it's not changing, it doesn't affect anything.
Well, that would suggest off the top of my head that if I were going to use a picture as say a remote viewing target, that a motion picture should have more changes than a static single snapshot.
Well, that was an interesting idea that came forward out of the Gonsfeld research at Maimonides Medical Center, that dynamic videos made better targets. We looked at that really carefully in our lab, and we cannot verify that was the case. It was it may have depended upon the video content that we were seeing to try to compute it. And it's more difficult to compute changes of entropy with a moving picture compared to a static. Now, a static picture isn't moving at all. So how are you telling me there's a change of entropy? I hear you ask.
Well, now we're getting to the heart of the problem, or to the heart of your research finding, I should say, because you did this analysis of the gradient of entropy as it is associated with various remote viewing targets.
Right. Well, gradient is just a fancy way for saying change.
So, and that could be a change in either direction.
Absolutely. So now we have a photograph. Nothing is changing at all. It's just a picture. So it turns out that the formula for computing entropy when you have a kerblooey going off in an atomic bomb is the exact same formula if I say, look at pixels in a picture. I use the exact same formula. The only
Bringing somebody into a laboratory and getting predictable results is difficult, but it has been done actually. Eusapia Palladino, a very famous physical medium, and Franek Kluski, another physical medium from Poland. Both of these people were studied in the lab, and I don't think there's any reason not to respect the ability of scientists at that time to do as thorough a job as they could do now. And they did a meticulous job in those days, with these, particularly with these two physical mediums, and it's all documented.
And not to mention D.D. Home and or Hume, I believe is the correct pronunciation, and Minna Crandon in the early 20th century, who nearly received an award from Scientific American for demonstrating it in front of a scientific committee before the famous magician Houdini stepped in. But I think another factor to consider is that when people make the claim that they can produce large-scale macro phenomena of this sort, they're almost invariably subjected to attack, and by and large, their lives are made miserable simply because they make the claim.
I guess so. It just seems to be the hardest thing for people to deal with. And for me personally, to me, it is the most interesting aspect of the paranormal. I've studied a lot of the different aspects of it, and the one that excites me and interests me the most is physical mediumship, which is basically PK occurring to the extent that it even creates living forms and living beings. I find it so utterly astonishing and mysterious and so hard to explain that there's nothing that fascinates me more. And I think for me, the more that way it is, the more I'm drawn to it. Whereas for the more materialistically oriented, straight-laced scientists that you're talking about, it's the opposite. The more it is that way, the more they want to get away from it. And I don't understand where the curiosity is to explore the most extraordinary, to me, the most extraordinary phenomena that are happening on the planet happen in this small room in England that for 8 people a week. And it goes on and on and on year after year. And, there it is. So there's a whole lot of factors, I think, that go into why it's not interesting to people. We've talked about some of them, but I'm just astonished by that, and I'm utterly fascinated by it.
I think a lot of people are afraid very simply that if it appears to their colleagues that they endorse this kind of a phenomenon, if they're not totally secure in their profession, they're afraid they'll lose their job or they'll be ostracized. The social stigma for people who associate themselves with the paranormal is strong, but when it comes to macro psychokinesis, which is one way of interpreting these phenomena, it's even much stronger. Well, earlier you referred to Franek Kluski, a Polish medium who was researched very, very extensively. Let's just talk about some of that history.
Franek Kluski was a Polish physical medium. He was highly educated. He was in the business world, a sophisticated person, and he had these abilities. They were sort of ran in the family. He had strange abilities as a child. And what's important about him is, well, first of all, there were a lot of materializations that took place in his seances that were very bizarre and not always pleasant to be around. And there were animals, and a lot of these sophisticated intelligentsia and scientists and philosophers and people from his country went and sat with him. But the most important element of his mediumship is the fact that 2 leading scientists of the day, Charles Richet and Gustave Joulet, they're both French. Richet was a Nobel Prize winner. They took Franek Kluski we were talking about a lab, at an institute in Paris. And this was a room in which they had complete control. It had no windows, and they took him in and sat with him under tightly controlled conditions. And there's somebody sitting on either side of the medium holding his legs and hands so they know he's not moving around the room. They had some light on in the room. They checked him to make sure he didn't bring anything in. I mean, all the standard things. They were astute investigators, and they knew how to have the strictest control so that fraud could be completely eliminated as a possibility. And what these men did was they brought in a tub of hot wax, which was kept hot on top of some boiling water. They asked these materializing forms in the room to dip their hands into the wax and to make a glove around their materialized hand. And then when the wax dried, the hand would dematerialize and drop this wax glove on a table or on the lap of a sitter. And this was their way of making a permanent record of these materialized hands. And there were a series of 11 seances that they held, and they call it, seance is just the word that's used to describe a sitting with a physical medium. I don't really like the word, but that's what they use. So there were 11 of them at this lab in Paris. And so you can also read descriptions of people in the room. Sometimes they could see the little lights forming around the hands, and they could actually see them doing this. They could hear the wax splashing. The wax would drip around the room, and then these things would drop on them. So then afterwards, they could take these wax gloves, pour plaster in them, and remove the wax, and then they would have this perfect replica of this materialized hand. And what's really interesting about them, Jeff, is that if you look at these molds, there's no way that, first of all, the wax was so thin, paper thin, that a hand could not remove itself from that wax without destroying it. Another really interesting factor is that sometimes they were interlocked like this. So you had two hands. So imagine trying to slide a hand out when they're interlocked. You'd have them in positions with a finger pointing or something. Another really evidential component was that some of them were child size. So even though they had the features of an adult, like all the features of an adult hand, they were the size of a child, which is another sort of paranormal component of it that points towards the impossibility of some human being in the room having done it. And the scientists were very careful to control it, as I said, and they would sometimes slip dye into the wax without telling anyone else in the room. There'd be a few other people in the room because it helps bring energy into the room, but they wouldn't tell anybody, including the medium, that they put that dye in there, and then when the molds were made, they could compare it to the actual wax in the room. They measured everything. They measured the amount of wax that was there at the beginning versus the amount at the end, and how many molds were made, and how much did they weigh, and very, very, very meticulous. And so I just absolutely love them. They had some light on in the room. They checked him to make sure he didn't bring anything in. I mean, all the standard things. They were astute investigators, and they knew how to have the strictest control so that fraud could be eliminated, completely eliminated as a possibility. And what these men did was they brought in a tub of hot wax, which was kept hot on top of some boiling water. They asked these materializing forms in the room to dip their hands into the wax and to make a glove around their materialized hand. And then when the wax dried, the hand would dematerialize and drop this wax glove on a table or on the lap of a sitter. And this was their way of making a permanent record of these materialized hands. And there were a series of 11 seances that they held, and they call it, seance is just the word that's used to describe a sitting with a physical medium. I don't really like the word, but that's what they use. So there were 11 of them at this lab in Paris, and so you can also read descriptions of people in the room. Sometimes they could see the little lights forming around the hands, and they could actually see them doing this. They could hear the wax splashing. The wax would drip around the room, and then these things would drop on them. So then afterwards, they could take these wax gloves, pour plaster in them, and remove the wax, and then they would have this perfect replica of this materialized hand. And what's really interesting about them, Jeff, is that if you look at these molds, there's no way that, first of all, the wax was so thin, paper thin, that a hand could not remove itself from that wax without destroying it. Another really interesting factor is that sometimes they were interlocked like this. So you had two hands. So imagine trying to slide a hand out when they're interlocked. You'd have them in positions with a finger pointing or something. Another really evidential component was that some of them were child size. So even though they had the features of an adult, like all the features of an adult hand, they were the size of a child, which is another sort of paranormal component of it that points towards the impossibility of some human being in the room having done it. And the scientists were very careful to control it, as I said, and they would sometimes slip dye into the wax without telling anyone else in the room. There'd be a few other people in the room because it helps bring energy into the room, but they wouldn't tell anybody, including the medium, that they put that dye in there, and then when the molds were made, they could compare it to the actual wax in the room. They measured everything. They measured the amount of wax that was there at the beginning versus the amount at the end, and how many molds were made, and how much did they weigh, and very, very, very meticulous. And so I just absolutely love these molds. I remember when I discovered them doing research, to me they were sort of like this most miraculous manifestation of the reality materializations. And I used to stare at the photographs all the time, and they, there was a big thick book about them, long detailed descriptions of every single time one was made and how it was made. And then I had the opportunity to go to Paris last fall, where they're actually stored. They're locked in a vault in the dark, at the Metaphysical Institute in Paris. And the curator there was nice enough to bring them out, and I was able to actually look at them and touch them, and that was a major moment for me. So they have this real kind of magical, mystical quality to me, but they're
a terrible fate of other mediums who were in the public light and who were badly mistreated as a result of it.
That's right. He's very, very sensitive about that, and very concerned that that's going to happen to him. And not so much now, but he's concerned about it after he's gone. About, and the legacy that it leaves behind for his family. He's got grandchildren he's close to, so he's always been very, very private. And the fact that video even exists on my website is like a miracle, that he even allowed that. He just wants to sit quietly week after week, and he's been doing this for 40 years, which is a long time.
Well, one of the things associated with his mediumship is the production of ectoplasm, which has been documented over and over again in different countries with different mediums for the last 150 years. You've had the opportunity to witness the production of ectoplasm. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so an ectoplasm, is an actual substance, and as you've mentioned, it's been documented and it's been photographed by various mediums, and people can find out how to look at those photographs. But it always looks pretty weird in photographs, Jeff. But it's some kind of a substance that is emitted from the body of the medium, and it allows. I'm going to give it from their perspective. It allows the spirit team, the spirit people working with them, to use it to materialize themselves, or to make rods and move things around the room. And it's got a physical component to it, but it's really an energy kind of a substance. But you can see it. It's nobody understands it, but I have seen it, and so have many other people with Stuart Alexander, and. One way that a lot of the seance is another factor. A lot of his work is done in the dark, and people have a lot of questions about that. Oh, if it's in the dark, then you can cheat, and blah, blah, blah. And we can discuss that too. But the situation with ectoplasm that I've witnessed takes place with a light on it. So you can see a cloud of ectoplasm coming over this table that has light underneath it. And it just looks like a cloud, kind of almost like water, but it's not water. And then I've been able to witness it form itself into a hand right before my eyes. And then I've been able to touch the hand and feel it, that it is a solid, physical, human hand. It bangs on the table to let us know it's physical. and then it withdraws and is gone. So in that situation, I was able to witness the ectoplasm as just plain ectoplasm, and then actually watch it form into this physical hand that could move and move around. While that is happening, the spirit person whose hand it is speaking through the medium and explaining what's going on and directing the sitter when to touch it and where to put, how to operate while this is going on, because ectoplasm is very sensitive. You don't want to make any mistakes or do anything that you shouldn't do, or it can be dangerous for the medium. It's a lot of complicated factors here, Jeff.
One of the most fascinating aspects of all of this is that the spirit who produced a hand through the medium, Stuart Alexander, with whom you work, this spirit is referred to as Walter. And the spirit Walter...
Kind of a substance that is emitted from the body of the medium, and it allows, I'm going to give it from their perspective, it allows the spirit team, the spirit people working with them, to use it to materialize themselves or to make rods and move things around the room. And it's got a physical component to it, but it's really an energy kind of a substance, but you can see it. It's nobody understands it. But I have seen it, and so have many, many other people with Stuart Alexander. And one way that a lot of the seance is another factor. A lot of his work is done in the dark, and people have a lot of questions about that. Oh, if it's in the dark, then you can cheat and blah, blah, blah. And we can discuss that too. But the situation with ectoplasm that I've witnessed takes place with a light on it. So you can see a cloud of ectoplasm coming over this table that has light underneath it. And it just looks like a cloud, kind of almost like water, but it's not water. And then I've been able to witness it form itself into a hand right before my eyes. And then I've been able to touch the hand and feel it, that it is a solid, physical, human hand. It bangs on the table to let us know it's physical. And then it withdraws and is gone. So in that situation, I was able to witness the ectoplasm as just plain ectoplasm, and then actually watch it form into this physical hand that could move and move around. While that is happening, the spirit person whose hand it is speaking through the medium and explaining what's going on and directing the sitter when to touch it and where to put, how to operate while this is going on, because ectoplasm is very sensitive. You don't want to make any mistakes or do anything that you shouldn't do, or it can be dangerous for the medium. It's a lot of complicated factors here, Jeff.
One of the most fascinating aspects of all of this is that the spirit who produced a hand through the medium, Stuart Alexander, with whom you work, this spirit is referred to as Walter. And the spirit Walter was also very well known in the 1920s as the deceased brother of the medium popularly known as Marjorie, Minna Crandon, who was a high society lady who was also a very, very famous medium in the 1920s, and produced all sorts of effects ostensibly through the agency of this very same spirit, Walter. And if this is the same spirit who was producing phenomena 100 years ago and is still doing it today, that would seem to be evidential of actual survival.
It seems it to me, Jeff, but a skeptic could say, well, he says he's the same Walter, but how do we really know that? Skeptic can always argue. You don't have any proof that he's the same Walter Stinson. But, it's interesting because Stuart was very, very interested in Marjorie Crandon because she was so severely misunderstood and unfairly treated once Houdini came in and did his whole number on her. And there were some problems with some wax thumbprints, and there were some things that her husband was involved in that weren't exactly above board, but she was an absolutely extraordinary medium, and he was very, very interested in her, and he studied and studied her. And that was when Walter Stinson communicate with their loved ones, and information comes through for them that he couldn't possibly know, that no one in the room could possibly know. That's a component of what happens there that he feels is really, really important. So there's a lot of things that go on. That's more like mental mediumship, but there's one spirit person who's responsible for that component. And these spirit voices, they come in and out of his body when he's in trance. And there are like 5 of them, and I feel like I know them as people. And they have distinct personalities, distinct voices, and distinct roles that they play in the room. And the overall purpose is, of course, to show the people and to show the sitters that we survive death. And they all have their various ways of making that point.
I understand that the voices sometimes come, through his vocal apparatus. He's actually speaking, and they're using his brain, his vocal cords, his nervous system. But sometimes the voices are actually coming from elsewhere in the room, like through these, they look like megaphones, and they're referred to as trumpets, that the spirits use. So his vocal cords are not always involved.
That's right, and that is way more spectacular, as you can imagine, when that happens. There is one spirit guide who almost always speaks only separately. And so his voice comes from a different part of the room, and it has a very different quality. And I've experienced that many times. And then on another occasion, maybe once or twice, I did experience what you described, this thing they call a trumpet, which is like a cone with or a megaphone, and this is the thing that levitates around the room. And sometimes while it's levitating, flying around the room, which is utterly wonderful to experience, it'll stop in midair and a voice will speak through it. And it is the most bizarre thing to experience that, because the time I remember the most distinctly, it was right in front of me, and Stuart is on the other side of the room. And that voice is coming right from inside of there. And sometimes you can't quite hear what it's saying. Other times you might hear a couple of words. But it is like this very otherworldly, strange thing, so that these voices, and that happens. It's called independent voice. And there have been mediums over the years. There are many mediums that are facilitate that happening. But one called Leslie Flint, who was very famous for it. That's what's about. All that he did was independent voice. And with him, you could have extended conversations with your loved ones. So with Stuart, this one spirit person who does that usually can't stay for too long, can't speak for too long, but he does come through it separately. And it's just a kind of a miraculous thing. The way he describes it is that he's creating a voice box out of the ectoplasm, that he uses the ectoplasm to somehow make the structure. And they describe it as projecting, sort of like they can project their thoughts somehow into it and create voices from that. And believe me, I have no idea how that works. But they have some way of being able to do it. Yeah. And so that's pretty special when that happens.
And I understand now you've witnessed the levitating megaphone. You've also witnessed somehow Stuart Alexander's arms, even though they are locked down using some sort of plastic ties that are very strong. His arms can easily be freed from the ties at the direction of the spirit Walter.
Exactly. Walter calls it his matter through matter experiment. And Stuart's
psychic information from some of the locals, translate that to mean 1,500 papers. It hit the place in like no time at all. Yeah. The first raid they made was on a house of ill repute that had one of their senators in it. His wife was not as understanding as he might want her to be. A second person was outed, basically, by this information because they went to the wrong place again. So they notified us basically they weren't going to use the information. It turns out that they were able to capture the brother of one of the Red Brigade's members.
Yes.
And that brother was able to confirm the stuff in our report. As a result, or prior maybe from other things, we don't know because the Italian police won't say, they were able to rescue General Dozier.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, he was in a tent in an apartment, chained to a radiator with rock music blaring away in his ears. We thought, this is the perfect person. We can bring him back. He's probably got a clearance. We can read him on and have him look at his own file and tell us what in there is accurate and what isn't.
Yes.
He read that file probably 4 times. His conclusion was, surprised everybody, his conclusion was, you need to start a school where you could teach people how to think, to aid in their own rescue. That was his recommendation. He said, all this stuff in here about what I was thinking, not only is it accurate, it's in order. It was just amazing to him. He was blown away.
In other words, even though the Stargate program that you were involved in has been discontinued, General Dozier, who eventually was rescued, although not necessarily based on your information, confirmed that your information was so good that it could be taken to the next level.
Exactly. Exactly. So let's start something here. Let's teach people who go overseas, who might be at risk, how to think.
How to signal maybe to...
Exactly. Give messages.
Yeah.
I thought it was a brilliant idea.
Hasn't been followed up.
Went the way of the aardvarks. Nobody cared about it.
Right.
We've had numbers of things like that.
Well, the General Dozier case, to me, is clear-cut in this sense, that it's an ethically good thing to do to rescue somebody who's been kidnapped.
Absolutely. There were a number of other kidnappings where some we were able to effect rescue in, some we were not. There was Colonel Higgins, who was he's a friend. I knew him personally. He was kidnapped by the Hezbollah in Lebanon. He was the UN representative for America in Lebanon. I and a number of other people had like drawings of where he was being held. It was sufficient information to match it to an actual location. They didn't have confirming information from another intelligence source, so they were refused permission to go in and raid the building. We found out 6 months later it was all dead accurate, that they could have saved his life had they gone in. People get angry about that. I don't, because you gotta define the rules up front. You can't wait till it's over and make the rules up. It's got to be in the front end, because otherwise that's how more people than one person wind up dead.
Well, it seems to me that cases of this sort can be pretty clear-cut from an ethical point of view, but many...
let's just go back over it and see what tasted better to you than not. In other words, they're going to have to develop the methodology by which they're going to do their remote viewing. Way early in the Stargate program, they were asking me to do all kinds of things, go into an all-gray room, lay down on a couch, get your head right, just different things. And part of it became kind of ridiculous. They put in soundproofing and sealed the windows off because the birds outside were too loud. Then you have squirrels running on the roof, so you have to put these bands up to keep the squirrels from jumping on the roof. And that's another thing, And they actually had a list, a checklist. Had probably 28 items on. Check the things that got in your way. Well, I carried that into my boss, the colonel, and I said, this is a list for failure. Look, I have a reason right here. Don't feel very good this morning. Got another reason. I said, this is an excuse sheet for failure. I don't want to see it again. I crumbled it up and threw it in his wastebasket.
Checklists are very popular.
Because they're easy to judge. And I threw it in this trash can and said, I don't want... In fact, I'm going to do some of my viewing sitting right at my desk. Phones ringing, people yelling at each other, asking me if I want coffee, whatever. I'm going to do it at my desk, because if I can't do it there, I can't do it anywhere of value for the Army. See, I was a soldier. And if you can't do remote viewing in the field under any circumstances, you're wasting your time. The Russians, in fact, their best viewer got a one of their highest peacetime. No, I think it was a combat ribbon, one of their highest combat ribbons. Their best remote viewer is a woman. She did all reviewing from a mainline battle tank.
Oh.
On site in Chechnya during the Chechen Wars. I asked her, I said, what are you, crazy? You don't have to be there. You can be in Moscow in a beautiful, luxurious apartment. What are you doing in a tank in the middle of war? She said, well, they needed that to believe what I was giving them.
Oh.
I find that really interesting. Likewise, I had the operations officer who gave me my assignments, give us a description from a perspective of 3,000 feet at a 45-degree oblique, whatever this target is. Okay, that kind of thing. That's not a hint about the target.
Right.
That's how I'm supposed to do it.
Right.
Okay.
It's an instruction.
Well, he came to me, this wasn't too long ago, 3 weeks ago, and he said, it was really hard with you. And I said, what? He said, sometimes I was up all night trying to look for exactly the right words to give you as direction so that it would elicit a response in the right way that might give us an answer.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's pretty funny because I really didn't care what you said to me. And he said, what? And I said, no. Understand, I'm used to dealing with agents from the CIA, the FBI, places like that. They don't even know what remote viewing is. They show up and they want to, how do I write this out? What do I do? And I always say, just let me take care of that. Last thing I say in my mind when I start remote viewing is let me give them whatever's going to make them happy.
Well, the key there is that remote viewing seems goal-oriented. If you have the goal in mind, all of
the combat ribbon, one of their highest combat ribbons. Their best remote viewer is a woman. She did all reviewing from a mainline battle tank.
Oh.
On site in Chechnya during the Chechen Wars. I asked her, I said, what are you, crazy? You don't have to be there. You can be in Moscow in a beautiful, luxurious apartment. What are you doing in a tank in the middle of war? She said, well, they needed that to believe what I was giving them.
Oh.
I find that really interesting. Likewise, I had the operations officer who gave me my assignments, give us a description from a perspective of 3,000 feet at a 45-degree oblique, whatever this target is. Okay, that kind of thing. That's not a hint about the target.
Right.
That's how I'm supposed to do it.
Right.
Okay.
It's an instruction.
Well, he came to me, this wasn't too long ago, 3 weeks ago, and he said, it was really hard with you. And I said, what? He said, sometimes I was up all night trying to look for exactly the right words to give you as direction so that it would elicit a response in the right way that might give us an answer.
Yeah.
And I said, well, that's pretty funny because I really didn't care what you said to me. And he said, what? And I said, no. Understand, I'm used to dealing with agents from the CIA, the FBI, places like that. They don't even know what remote viewing is. They show up and they want to, how do I write this out? What do I do? And I always say, just let me take care of that. Last thing I say in my mind when I start remote viewing is let me give them whatever's going to make them happy.
Well, the key there is that remote viewing seems goal-oriented. If you have the goal in mind, all of these other instructions are irrelevant.
Absolutely. And the highest goal of all, if you want to call it a goal, I hesitate to call it a goal, I'd call it something else, but it is a nuclear weapon, nuclear material. In all the time I've been doing remote viewing from beginning to end, nearing 40 years, I've never missed a nuclear target, ever.
That's very interesting.
Yes, isn't it? That goes to entropy. At least informational entropy.
Which is another topic entirely. Fortunately, I hope to discuss it with your colleague, Ed May, who's the
wonderful
specialist on
there you go.
the gradient of entropy with regard to remote viewing targets. Well, Joe McMoneagle, thank you so much for sharing this time with me.
You're very welcome, Jeff. I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad you are. And thank you for being with us. Century.
Yes, because there's this continual fear that anyone whose bodies levitate, or whose body can be in two places at the same time, is definitely either in league with God or the devil. So actually, when you think about it, in the 16th and 17th century, there was kind of a moral dimension to these phenomena, because for Catholics, really holy people who had given their will over to God completely, could levitate. But so could people with really bad wills who had given themselves over to the devil. And with Protestants, it was only people who had given themselves over to the devil. So there was no gray area. There was no middle ground. You were either good or bad. Which is why when St. Teresa started to levitate when she was in her 40s, and she was the superior of a convent full of nuns, she ordered them, next time you see me going up, hold me down. Try to hold me down. And if I go up, please pull me down. I want these things to stop. And we have these very, very funny accounts. They are hilarious if you look at them from a certain perspective of, 6 or 7 nuns trying to pull down their superior. And we have the same accounts, same kind of accounts, from Puritans in Boston trying to pull down a demonically possessed teenage girl and being unable to do so. But the reason Teresa asked her nuns to hold her down and also kept praying to God, please stop doing this to me, is that she didn't want to attract attention as a levitator, because she knew that was nothing but trouble. And she claims that her levitations stopped, that God granted her wishes, heard her prayers, and the levitation stopped. But as it turns out, in a letter she wrote later in life, she was admitting to someone, my levitations have returned. But by then she had been cleared almost completely by the Inquisition.
They were very concerned, I think, from your book, that she wasn't involved in an egotistical way with these, that she wasn't trying to present herself as a miracle worker of any kind, or even a saintly person.
That's right. Humility was the highest of all virtues for medieval sainthood, right? And it continued to be the primary virtue in the early modern period. And still to this day, actually, beginning since the 18th century, in the process of canonizing someone as a saint, the Catholic Church values heroic virtue more than healing miracles or levitation or bilocation or any of these other physics. Humility is still top of the list.
You use the term mystical ecstasy, and I think it's crucial, particularly in the case of St. Teresa, because it's not just that she levitated, it's that the levitations were accompanied by a series of altered states of consciousness that could be referred to as different forms of ecstasy.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, I think it's probably not in every case, but in most cases, it's more correct to say that the levitations are a byproduct of a mystical ecstasy. And in her case, and in many others, including the greatest levitator of all, Joseph of Cupertino, this is how things happened, and how it was witnessed by others who were in the room when it happened. The person, let's say Teresa, let's stick with her. Teresa goes into a cataleptic seizure, which means her body freezes in whatever position she was in. Standing, kneeling, sitting, whatever, the body just stiffens up, and and the body loses all sensation. And in many cases, those around them come and test, pricking the person with needles, putting candles up to their eyes to see if they blink, and there's no response. They're just totally frozen. And then comes the levitation, right? And in some cases, again, you can laugh if you read it from a certain perspective, but it's nothing to laugh at if you're the person to whom it's happening, because when the body's levitating, sometimes those who are witnessing it start playing with the body, like blowing on it, because it's kind of nearly weightless. So we have descriptions of these levitating saints being blown on, and the body drifting to the other end of the room. So if they're not trying to pull you down, they're blowing on you, and you're experiencing what, and it's a medical term, a cataleptic seizure, during which you lose all sensation, and you're having a mystical experience that is a very close encounter with God, with the divinity. So in the case of some of these levitators, it's very interesting. It's not just their bodies that stiffen up. Their clothing stiffens up too. And the wrinkles don't move. And even if the levitator is moving from, let's say, place A to place B, there's no flowing of the garments. It's like the levitator is encased in a kind of dimensional bubble, which I got an email from a scientist in Wales who has read my book. He was very excited by this fact. He says, I love this fact because here's my theory about levitation. He said that levitation is outside of time-space. Right? So, yes, gravitation doesn't apply to bodies that stiffen up. Their clothing stiffens up too. And the wrinkles don't move. And even if the levitator is moving from, let's say, place A to place B, there's no flowing of the garments. It's like the levitator is encased in a kind of dimensional bubble, which I got an email from a scientist in Wales who has read my book. He was very excited by this fact. He says, I love this fact because here's my theory about levitation. He said that levitation is outside of time-space. Right? So, yes, gravitation doesn't apply to this person or what they're wearing because they are literally outside of time-space. And for them, while they're levitating, time does not pass. So I immediately thought of the movie Interstellar. I don't know if you've seen it.
I'm aware of the movie.
Yeah, well, in the movie, they put Einstein's theory of, relativity to work in the storyline. And these people who are on another planet are not aging, but like every few minutes is like a year on Earth.
Yeah.
That's what this scientist said is happening to these levitators.
Which would explain why the clothing wouldn't move at all. It's as if they're frozen in a moment of time.
That's right. And many of them, when they come back from their ecstasy, which sometimes lasts hours, they pick up exactly where they left off. Especially Joseph of Cupertino, if he was saying Mass, sometimes he levitated for hours, and as soon as he came back down, literally down, he would pick up on in the Mass reading whatever it was he was reading with the next word, which is also true of other levitators I read about. They seem to have no sense that time has elapsed.
Well, now, Joseph is a very interesting case. I've done a separate interview just on that case with Michael Grosso, who's written a book about him. He pointed out that the church was very reluctant to grant sainthood to this man because his austerities were so severe that he smelled awful.
Well, I didn't read any descriptions of his smell by anyone. But yeah, many of these saints performed great feats of self-denial, we might call self-abuse, right? There's no getting around that. But the case of Joseph, one reason that it didn't take all that long, relatively speaking, for him to be canonized. But there was resistance, there was drag on the case because he was too much. He was just simply too much. And as I'm sure Michael Grosso pointed out to you, because he does in his book, the church authorities kept sending him to ever more remote locations. And the last 10 years of his life, he ended up living basically like a prisoner. He could only come out once a week from his cell in his monastery. Only once a week. The rest of the...
Single thing.
That's right. It's always mixed. And even within a single individual, you've got all kinds of mixtures. And many of us, and I speak us, saying we, I mean anyone who's alive on earth today at this time, everyone can have beliefs that they're not 100% certain about, and customs that they feel they're being strangled by these customs, but they can't break free from them because they're from long ago. And ideas that cause people to erupt into violence against each other because the disagreement, one being the old idea and the other being the new idea. So we all live with great degree of uncertainty about, ultimate truths.
Well, I'd like to go back to the story that we began our interview with, the double levitation of St. John of the Cross and St. Teresa together, and the profound impact it had on you just learning about that story while you were in the room where it is said to have happened. The intriguing thing about it, of course, is that it happened to two people simultaneously who were both, one has to assume that they brought each other into a state of ecstasy with their conversation.
Yes, and it was the conversation that did it. That's the way the story has been told since it was first reported. They met right there at that spot, on a feast, Trinity Sunday. It's once a year in the Catholic Church. Trinity Sunday, it's early summer. And they were discussing the Trinity. And all of a sudden, boom, they're up in the air. And according to the reports, John of the Cross was sitting on a chair. And again, that freezing, the chair went up with him. He was suspended in midair, sitting on a chair. He was not holding it. He was just sitting on it. So, this happened sometime between 1572 and 1574. That's the closest we can come to dating the event. But they had this impact on each other. There are very few, I have found very, very few instances of two people bilocating at the same time, or two people levitating at the same time.
Well, it suggests the possibility that through conversation, people can bring each other into these exalted states of consciousness where miraculous things of this sort can happen.
It certainly does suggest that, I think. I have never seen anyone levitate. I have never seen anyone bilocate either. But I can see the possibility of two people simultaneously going into kind of mystical
into a state of ecstasy with their conversation.
Yes, and it was the conversation that did it. That's the way the story has been told since it was first reported. They met right there at that spot on a feast, Trinity Sunday. It's once a year in the Catholic Church. Trinity Sunday, it's early summer. And they were discussing the Trinity. And all of a sudden, boom, they're up in the air. And according to the reports, John of the Cross was sitting on a chair. And again, that freezing, the chair went up with him. He was suspended in midair, sitting on a chair. He was not holding it. He was just sitting on it. So, this happened sometime between 1572 and 1574. That's the closest we can come to dating the event. But they had this impact on each other. There are very few, I have found very, very few instances of two people bilocating at the same time, or two people levitating at the same time.
Well, it suggests the possibility that through conversation, people can bring each other into these exalted states of consciousness where miraculous things of this sort can happen.
It certainly does suggest that, I think. I have never seen anyone levitate. I have never seen anyone bilocate either. But I can see the possibility of two people simultaneously going into kind of mystical ecstasy that involves levitation. I can't prove that the incident related to me back in 1983 happened. But I can say this, it happened to me.
Yeah.
It had an effect on me.
You're today the author of this book as a result of having heard that story 40 years ago.
That's right. And being there on the spot. That was very important to me. That was part of my cognitive enlightenment, that I was in that spot, in that room, which is not very large.
Well, I gather they were in separate rooms, really. They had a little grid and a hole in the wall that they could communicate through.
Yeah, because the nuns were not supposed to go into the outside world. So it's like, the way I've described it in the past few weeks to audiences, it's like a prison visit. The nuns are basically, they have imprisoned themselves. And their visitors have to see them through a little opening, a window, with bars on it, right? That's the really cruel part of it, is that there's a bar. There are bars separating the nuns from the outside world. And the place is still there and looks pretty much the same.
Well, I would imagine if I were St. John of the Cross or St. Teresa in that moment, it would have...
Hills. And there was an ocean, a beach, but it was, again, over the whole hills, and we went over what was called then Topanga Pass to get there, a family beach called Zuma Beach for people that know that place. And it was perfect, right? It had lifeguard stands, like many of them, one after the next, big parking lot area, food stands. It was a civilized beach. And there was a jetty that went out, and that was on the south part of the beach. And the idea was you don't go across that jetty. And my parents, my mom and dad, would always say, no, that's prohibited. You don't want to go over there, right? And then I thought, okay, I won't. But I'm 12, my goodness. And I've always been curious. So my curiosity, obviously that autonomous psyche that we were talking about, that spontaneity, touched me. And of course, the tide went out, and without anybody noticing, I walked around. What I discovered, where the tide out on that side of the jetty, was a big coral rock, beautiful rock. When the tide goes out, that's what sometimes happens, of course, in beach settings. And I sat there and just sat there. I'll never forget. And the tide pools were up. They were glimmering in the sunlight, all the coral underneath and the seaweed and the different fish that were there. It was just amazing to me. Then it happened on that rock. And lo and behold, I heard a voice. Yeah, I did. And the voice was a presence behind me. And it said, Did you know that rocks can talk? And I said, huh? I actually didn't say anything. I was just really frankly, just stunned. Rocks can talk. And I looked behind me, and there was a 17-year-old surfer, truly, walking back from the beach. And when you're 12, and you look behind, and you see a 17-year-old surfer guy, I mean, it was like a deity, a spirit of some sort, right? A visitation, for sure. I knew that rocks could talk. I thought that all my life, but never did I whisper that to anybody, right? It didn't work in school, did not work in my family, did not work among my peers. But this presence, rocks could talk. Oh my goodness, it was extraordinary. Of course, then what happened an hour later, as I was transfixed in this complete imaginal realm, I noticed the ocean quickly coming back in, and I'm going to be trapped here. So I quickly ran around the jetty. Well, I could, up to my knees in ocean, and found my mom, my dad, and my family. I'll never forget, my mom said, well, where were you? What were you doing? Now, what am I going to say? Now that I'm on the civilized side of the beach, with the life stands and the food signs and the parking lots and the many, 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 many families on picnic, what do we say? Oh, I was on the other side of the jetty where rocks could talk. I was just meandering, noticing things. So yeah, absolutely. That was the beginning, I think, for me.
What a beautiful story. Thank you for that. And now you used the word curiosity. You were curious. And I know in your present book, The Imagination Matrix, curiosity is a very important starting point.
It truly is. Curiosity is the beginning of accessing the curious mind, curiosity of accessing the realms of deep imagination. And the beginning place of going on the journey through those realms with what I call soul companions. Curiosity is so extraordinary and so important, right? We're born with it. I mean, children, we come into the world naturally curious. It's part of who we are and really integral to who we're becoming. The challenge is So, around 5, then 6, then 7 comes, and we're trained into a much more rational approach. We're in incredible conversation with them. I mean, beautiful conversation. And in the book, I offer like 5 or 6 different ways of engaging the family. I mean, everybody's with avatars now, right? There's avatars, online identities, transfixed with action figures. How do we bring that into the conversation in a family or in a marriage or in a partnership or with colleagues? How does that come forward and facilitate relationship and conversation? We need to awaken imagination and then allow imagination to be embodied. Those figures embodied, right? I'll tell you something, one last thing, and forever, I've been a therapist, for a long time. I don't see people individually as much anymore, but I work with so many groups and so on, and therefore I still on occasion work individually. But you ask a person, anybody in the helping professions, whether it be a therapist, social worker, when you're with a person, the first thing you ask is, hey, what brings you here? Just simple, one version of that or another. Very simple. What brings you here? If you ask a 12-year-old or a 14-year-old, what brings you here? There's this pause, right? I'm anticipating they're going to tell me what the problem was and what the crisis is and, what the circumstances are. There's a complete pause. I know this is going to sound pretty peculiar, but it's just what's so. There's a pause because when you ask, what brings you here, they don't know which you you're talking about. Me? Who am me? I'm not a singular ego. I have multiple selves, right? I have an online identity. I'm an avatar. I got all kinds of things going on. I don't know which me you're talking about, which you're referring to. So it is a different world, and we need to figure out the ways of hosting the many selves, the many figures of imagination and direct experience.
I'm inclined to think that the superhero archetypes that appear in popular movies now and comic books that I watched or read as a child, they're very powerful, and I tend to think that they are calling us to discover something deeper and more powerful within ourselves. But what you're suggesting is it has to come off the screen. It has to be embodied.
I think that's true. When I work with dream and or imagination, it's one thing to have the figures come forward and we can look at them. And if we follow the action hero, there's a scenario that goes on with that usually, and it ends with some kind of conflict, some kind of domination. And it is a bit distant. When I'm working with a dream, I listen to the figures. I listen to the story. I listen to the imagination express itself. And yes, I associate. I really get curious about, hey, the relevance of this dream or this imagery in relation to the last 24 to 36 hours, in relation to what's the circumstances of life triggering from your development, from your history. Yes, I do. And I get interested in the amplificatory possibility. I mean, what archetypal motifs from myth and story and legend are being played out in the collective psyche and presenting themselves here and now in the way of dream. And two, for me, what's most important is to experience the images as alive, right? Living with presence and pulse, embodied images with a life of their own, with stories to share on behalf of themselves, so that I'm not so quick to interpret or analyze, right? That's that old tradition, going back to the Jungian fantasy. Yeah, all these distinguished Jungian analysts that I've been privileged truly to know and be part of their world. I probably experienced and filled more with the actuality of the Jungian orientation, sitting there for almost 30 minutes, allowing the numinosity and the luminous quality of that figure of Philemon to spread the room. I really got it. I really got it. The living embodied presence. And then I got for Jung how, as a live, numinous presence, this was such a guide in his life. So much so that he didn't talk about it, but brought it into that incredible work he was doing after hours in the Red Book. For years, he was working that way, in the spontaneity of imagination, in the matrix of imagination, allowing these figures to come forward and present themselves on their own behalf.
What a wonderful story, Stephen. Thank you for that. It also suggests to me that some of the deepest truths are beyond words completely.
Yes, I think, for me, that's been the case. Always, and certainly, when dream comes, whether it's a waking dream, a dream that is happening for us when our eyes are open, like walking down a street and then something different appears, the landscape shines in a different way. We all know it. We know the experience. Or walking in a naturescape, right? And instead of going with an agenda or an idea or counting calories or, exercising to get this distance going or whatever it is that we're doing, or working out a problem. I mean, all important and helpful. They are, truly. But there's other occasions when the curious mind opens, right? And we're in that dream-like space, eyes open, waking dream, and we hear the songs of the birds because we're in a different place. We're not in our busy mind. Or we hear the wind through the leaves, and we know there's something different happening. We're in a different rhythm, right? You imagine what it's like then to evoke curiosity and follow the song that we hear of the bird and go in that direction, or the music of the wind through the trees and go there, or noticing something and just following curiosity. We're inside the waking dream, right? Very different way of being in presence. And in the dream time also, when our eyes are closed, figures are coming, and I'm not reading about it. I'm not learning about it. I'm not bringing my rational mind to it. I'm allowing the spontaneity of imagination to captivate my interest, my curiosity.
I think my favorite story from your book is the one about the guano lizard in Australia, and I wonder if you would share that with our viewers.
It's so funny to share that. Now that I'm traveling and talking about the book, many people find that as a very favorite story. I'd be happy to share it. What, the short, the medium, or the robust version of the story?
The robust version would be fine.
All right, it happens years ago, and I was on sabbatical from Pacifica and from my dream work, and decided to go to Australia. Actually, this is the robust version that I don't share with everybody, but with you being here, yes. We were actually going someplace else. We're going to go to New Guinea, which you brought up earlier. And we had planned the trip to
ask a more fundamental question. Do plants communicate at all? And if they do, does that communication stay within their own kind, or can it move across species? To answer this, we turn to someone who has spent his life listening to the forest.
I'm in communication with fungi every day, and you are too. You're just not aware of it.
This is famed mycologist Paul Stamets, featured in the Netflix film Fantastic Fungi, or as he would say, fungi, and author of the best-selling book Mycelium Running.
I'm a scientist who studies fungi, and I've been a mycologist ever since I was 14.
Paul is an expert on the mycorrhizal network, the vast underground web where fungi and mushrooms connect trees and plants. Think of it as the forest's internet, often called the Wood Wide Web, a living, operating communication and resource sharing system. And through it, trees send nutrients, exchange information, warn of danger, take care of their kin, and support each other.
Let's first accept a basic premise. Does mushroom mycelium, for instance, or nature have consciousness? And does it have language? Now, we have to accept the fact that we're articulating these concepts within the brain that's evolved, that we receive from nature. And so the constructs of our language and our capability of cognition is admittedly a limitation. So by framing the question in that sense, we have an extremely narrow field of view and understanding.
If language shapes what we recognize as conscious and real, then this next discovery widens reality. Scientists are literally recording language patterns coming from mycelium networks, the networks of fungi and mushrooms under the forest floor.
Just in the past year, they decoded 50 words and word packets that mushroom mycelium is using. So We're starting to decode the language from another kingdom. And they're actually using word packets through electrodes that were placed across the mycelial network so they could see repeated word packets. And the words were a little bit more sophisticated than the words I'm using right now. That was on basically the first attempt this was discovered. It was published in a renowned journal. There's probably thousands of words. And moreover, when they start talking, what are the responses from the other organisms? What words are they using? So we have to keep this in context. The level of complexity here is so exciting because we're entering into a realm of interspecies communication. And just because they don't have vocal cords, just because they don't have a body like us, doesn't mean that language communication systems have not been developed.
So what if Nina's tapping into something we simply don't yet know how to measure? The same way tree communication sat in the shadows for decades before science finally recognized it.
Suzanne Simard's work actually kind of pierced the envelope and brought us to a new level of understanding that deciduous and conifer trees can actually exchange nutrients.
Dr. Suzanne Simard is a forest ecologist whose research changed how the world understands tree communication. Her groundbreaking book, Finding the Mother Tree, is incredible. And here's Dr. Simard in 2016 talking about one of her experiments.
So we set about an experiment. We grew mother trees with kin and stranger seedlings. And it turns out they do recognize their kin. Mother trees colonize their kin with bigger mycorrhizal networks. They send them more carbon below ground. They even reduce their own root competition to make elbow room for their kids. When mother trees are injured or dying, they also send messages, wisdom, onto the next generation of seedlings. So we've used isotope tracing to trace carbon moving from an injured mother tree down her trunk into the mycorrhizal network and into her neighboring seedlings. Not only carbon, but also
to enjoy a 5-decade and counting career in herbology and ethnobotany. And incredibly, he continues to receive messages from plants on how he can harvest them and use them for medicinal purposes.
I had a patient who has glomerular nephritis, which is a chronic autoimmune disease of the kidneys. And at this point, when she came to see me, she had 18% EGFR. That's the estimated glomerular filtration rate. And I had put her on a Chinese formula, which is the Romania 6 formula. And that formula will help keep people from getting worse for a while. For a year, if you're lucky. So she had been on the formula for about a year and 3 or 4 months, and she had just come back from her nephrologist, and her EGFR rates had dropped significantly. And when you're down at 18, you don't have a whole long way to go before you need to go on dialysis. And so I knew at this point it had stopped working. And I was feeling really bad because as a clinician, your job is to help people, and you want to help people. It wasn't just that I had nothing left to offer her. I couldn't think of anybody who had anything to offer her. And that's just a terrible feeling. And I was sitting out by the barn at my old farm, and it was a typical late August New Jersey day. And all of a sudden I look up and I have this big patch of nettles, and the nettles is shaking. What do I think? I think, is there a bird in there? Is there a squirrel? Is there a chipmunk, a rabbit, whatever? And again, it's shaking, and I'm looking around. Nothing else is moving. There's no wind, nothing. So I get up, figuring again, something's going to either scurry away or fly out of the nettles. Nothing happens, and I get over to the nettles, and all of a sudden in my head I hear, I can help her. So I'm thinking, all right, but I had to argue, it's the wrong time of year to gather nettle leaf. Nettle leaf, the leaves look terrible. They're all bug-eaten and everything, and nettle leaf is a great medicine. And it's useful for kidney problems, but minor kidney problems. It's not going to help something really significant like glomerular nephritis. And then I hear, not my leaves, my seeds. So after I managed to kind of pick my jaw off the ground and pop it back into place, because I was rather stunned, I'm thinking about nettle seed. I've never used nettle seed. I've never heard of nettle seed being used for anything. I know of no uses for nettle seed. The only thing I know about nettle seed that gives me some measure of comfort is that I know in Europe it was used as an emergency food during famine. So I know it's not toxic, but that's about it. So I go back to the house, I get some tobacco, which is a traditional offering.
Just a touch of context. In many indigenous cultures, tobacco is often offered to plants as a gesture of gratitude and respect, a way to acknowledge the spirit and life force within all living things. So when someone harvests a plant, they might sprinkle a small amount of tobacco on the ground or at the base of the plant to say, hey, thank you for giving your life so that I might have medicine or food or materials.
So I'm offered to the plant and wearing gloves because it's also known as stinging nettle. I harvest a bunch of the seed. I go to the house. I make a tincture out of it, which is an alcohol and water extract of the plant. I let it, macerate the requisite amount of time and press it out. And then when it's done, I called up my patient and I said, listen, I've got this thing. It's experimental. And if you'd like to try it, I'm happy to give it to you. I know it's not toxic, but I can't tell you much more than that. And she said, look, you've helped me as much as anybody's been able to help me. And I trust you. So I'll try it. She starts taking the nettle seed. And in 6 to 8 weeks, her EGFR has gone from about 16 back up to 19, which is higher than it had been. It had been at 18. In 4 months, her EGFR is at 20. At a year, her EGFR is at 28.
The nettle seed worked.
She continued higher than it had been. It had been at 18. In 4 months, her EGFR is at 20. At a year, her EGFR is at 28.
The nettle seed worked.
She continued to take that nettle seed for 12 years. And that nettle seed kept her EGFR and all the other kidney markers at a much better level. And when she died 12 years later, it had nothing to do with her kidneys. And that was the first person I treated with nettle seed. I've treated, and I don't know an exact number because I've never counted, somewhere between probably 50 and 80 people with degenerative kidney disease.
After David's discovery of this use of nettle seed, acceptance of this medicine has become much more foundational in herbal medicine and helping to treat chronic kidney disease. But I wanted to know more, how exactly did David know it was the nettle that was talking to him?
It sounded like somebody speaking to me. It sounded like a voice, but it was in my head and I knew it wasn't me. It definitely was not something I was aware of. Whether we are talking about dreaming when you're asleep, whether we are talking about opening yourself into what we'll call a meditative state, where you are open to other consciousnesses that communicate differently, quietly, and allowing yourself to be open and hearing those things, and then using your judgment and discernment to determine whether this is something that's coming from you or coming externally from you. And again, I think that when it's, a plan is telling you something, you weren't even thinking about it, it's telling you can use me for this, why would I even be thinking of something like that? And so for me, it's not a question of trying to prove it. I know it's all true.
And Nina agrees. Here's what she said about this.
Discernment is the most important thing to remember because it instructs us on how to know what's what. Without discernment, we can get lost in confusion, and these realms is scary. So discerning what is of value is essential.
And David isn't the only one who Nettle has communicated with.
I'm Sophie Strand. I'm a writer at the intersection of ecology, storytelling, science, and myth.
When interviewing author Sophie Strand for research for this episode, she unexpectedly told us a story of when she was visited by Nettle in a dream to help with her own chronic kidney disease.
I went into pretty severe kidney failure. I've had experiences on and off for many years. My doctors believe it's autoimmune. They've never been able to figure out what triggers it, why it happens. And there was a flurry, was I going to need dialysis? What kind of intervention was I going to need? And I asked my doctors, I said, give me 4 days. Please, just give me 4 days. I'm not saying that anyone else should do this, but I was at this time in my life where I was intuitively I need 4 days to just think about this. And I asked for a dream, and I dreamed of nettle. And I drank so much nettle infusion. Nettle infusion is, I put nettle in water and then I put it out in a glass jar and let the sun really steep it. And I drank so much nettle. And when I went back in and retested, my numbers had all recorrected. My doctors could not believe it. They had no explanation for it.
If you want to explore something like this, I encourage you to talk to a doctor. This show does not give medical advice and cannot replace care from a qualified physician.
And I'm not saying anyone else with kidney issues should do this. I'm saying that I asked for guidance and a plant showed up for me. And it really did work.
I asked David if he knows what about nettle seed is so effective in treating the kidneys. And he said, quite frankly, he doesn't, but it also doesn't really matter. What matters is that it works.
In herbal medicine, people have used, let's say, willow bark probably for, I don't know, 50, 100,000 years as an analgesic and pain reliever. We've only understood the mechanisms of how willow bark works for 50 years, or maybe 70 years at this point. We have used things for long periods of time without understanding them, but
breathing, their back would be rising and falling. And at some point, they would drop, and it felt like there was something that moved from their chest down to the belly. It was just like, whoop, and then all of a sudden, it's the lower back that's rising and falling. And one of my early experiences was, I thought to myself, well, that's interesting. It looks like something moves. I wonder if I could get it to move. So a client came in, went face down, and so I kind of imagined that I could take a hold, without touching the person, take a hold of something that seemed to be around their head. And then I slowly pulled it down to the chest and down to the abdomen. And immediately the breath changed. It felt like it just dropped into place, and immediately the breath changed. I thought, wow, what was that? I have never heard of anything like that. And when there's that shift, that's when there's also a change in perception. Because I had a client who came in, and as the client came in, I got this stabbing pain in my shin. And so as they were getting on the table, I was trying to think to myself, did I bump something this morning on my way out of the house? Did I strain something? What did I do? Couldn't think of anything. And then when I got to that client's shin, suddenly they jumped in pain. I thought, well, that's odd. They have pain in the place that I felt pain when they came in. That's not possible. And it happened a couple more times the same day. And I realized that I would have to consider the possibility that some information was being transmitted to my body when I was in this state. And, I just went with that assumption, and that proved really helpful in terms of being able to read what was going on with the person. And yet, like in psychology, we don't have a way to understand that.
No, it almost seems like telepathy, but I don't want to get distracted by the paranormal at the moment, which is easy for me to do. But I want to get back to the notion of the center of attention, where the attention is coming from. That I gather in the first story you told me where something moved from the upper chest down to the belly, I think is what you expressed. And I think what you're suggesting is that might have been the center of that person's attention.
Yeah, or center or seat of attention, yes.
Seat of attention.
Where the attention where we feel it arising in the body experience.
Because I think in the modern world, most people assume that the center of their attention is right behind the eyes. Typically, but as I recall, in ancient cultures, it was often thought that the center of attention was in the heart.
Well, there's a great story in one of Jung's writings about how he had a conversation with a Hopi elder, and the Hopi elder said to him something like, "You Europeans, you think with your heads, don't you?" And Jung said, "Well, of course. Don't you?" And the Hopi elder replied, "No, we think with our isn't there." And that was exciting. And then a few years after graduation, I got connected with my colleagues that I work with now, Dr. Laura Likova and Dr. Christopher Tyler, just really great researchers and human beings. And I found, we designed a study, got a little bit of funding, we did the study. And then, it's like you have some idea and you think, well, I could research this. And you go, yeah, but am I really going to get any evidence? and you really don't have any idea. And when the results came back and we had clear results, that was really exciting. So